Hey, what's up, guys? It's good to be back. Had a nice couple of days off there. I think it was 3 or 4 days or so. Good stuff. Tonight we're going to be doing Sunset Solstice, and it's a VulnHub box. It should be pretty similar to what we have been doing the past few nights here, at least what I'm doing. It's going to be good to get back into some hacking. So the past couple of nights, Tyler was doing the Active Directory series on Try Hack Me, and I was so tired I didn't even follow along. So I've skipped the past couple nights. I'm all refreshed, coming into it nice and recharged, hopefully. I did do one box earlier today. I didn't stream it though, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. We'll get the main screen broadcast in, and this is the box we're doing. I've already downloaded it. So a little description here. It's another box which I've been working on for a while now. Hope you enjoy it. The difficulty is intermediate, which I think before this we've been doing easy, medium type difficulties. It's recommended to run this machine in VirtualBox, so we'll be working in VirtualBox rather than VMware. And that's all we really have, so let's get into it. And then we've downloaded this already, so I'm going to go to Tools and import the VM. And we'll select from our downloads Solstice OVA. And it's going to save it in my handy dandy extra storage. We'll give that a little while to import, and we'll take a look at the progress here. So for anybody that hasn't seen this before, this is my to-do list until I book my next exam. I was going to work through all of these, but recently I heard that the hard and intermediate rated these. So this column here, this is a user rating that came from the OffSec website. So it's going to be slightly different than the rating that's on VulnHub itself. But these are ratings from Proving Grounds users. So what I heard earlier today was for OSCP prep, you could just focus on these easy ones, and the rest of them are kind of for those higher level certs that OffSec does. So we could probably skip this chunk here, and in fact I'm gonna, oh, not that. I'm just gonna, like, I don't know, hide these or change them a different format or something. We'll make the fill color white for all of them so it's not part of the table, and we'll just throw another row there. So we're just gonna be focused on, oh goodness, 3, 6, 7 more, 8 more, 9 more, and we'll be through the list. And then there's another site that I was gonna check out and possibly do a few from. Actually, it looks like we'll have a little bit less than 9 because there's somewhere I couldn't find the VM. So after this list, I guess maybe we'll do some Hack the Box, or there was another site I heard about earlier today. Might check that out. Wonder if it's done importing. All right, it's done importing. We'll fix the network like always. Make sure we're using the right adapter. Looks good to me, and we'll fire it up. If there's anybody watching, feel free to give some feedback or ask questions in chat. I'll try to keep up with the chat, but sometimes I lose my OBS window and therefore lose track of chat. But I'll do my best to keep an eye on it. If the music's too loud or not loud enough, just let me know. Or if you have questions or just want to chat. And while we're waiting for this to boot up, let's get our note-taking app up. So we got this booted. We're at the login page. We got notes. This is the box I did earlier today called seppuku, and I'll kind of just scroll through that quick. It was a pretty, I want to say easy box, but I didn't take the easy path, I guess. There's quite a few different ports hosting different web services, and I kind of got stuck in it, and I was at the point where I almost was going to look at a walkthrough, but instead I just took an extra long break. Took like a 30-minute break, came back to it, and ended up making my way through it without a walkthrough. So I got all the way to root, found a bunch of different stuff after getting the initial foothold. So if you're curious, you could find this whole write-up on my website, which is natewilson.xyz. I think I got a link for that here somewhere, but let's get a new note started for Solstice. That doesn't look right. I guess you just don't see the word Solstice every day. Okay, the panes are linked. We got a rendered side and an edit side. We'll get Kali booted up and then we're good to start, I think. So we got the box running right here, it looks like, on port, or not port, on IP 191. So tonight I'm going to try to focus again on kind of slowing down and explaining what we're looking at here, so it's not just a bunch of goobly gop across the screen. So this net discover command is listening to network traffic, so the different computers on the network that are talking to each other. We're just kind of listening to all of that. Normally a computer will only listen to messages that are meant for it, but we're listening to everything. And this column here are the different IP addresses on the network, and then here are some MAC addresses on the network, as well as the number of packets we saw. So when we were listening, how many packets did we see from this computer? So each row obviously represents, a different computer with the two different layers of addressing, and then a vendor based on the first 6 digits of the MAC address. Each vendor has its own different code in the first 6 here, and this program looks it up, lets you know who's who and which vendors are making which Wi-Fi gear, or I guess in this case it's a VM. So we're looking for this PCS system, which this comes up for anything in VirtualBox. If it were in VMware, we'd see something that says VMware, but that's basically how we know we found the right IP. So we were listening to the network, we found this IP, and we see that this is our target. So we're going to copy this into our notes in case we need to reference it later. Say net discover, found the VM running on this IP. I hit Control C instead of Control V. Copy in white space. There we go. And then we got that. So let's do Let's do some manual enumeration again. I was just going to fire auto recon at it, but let's do some manual stuff. I feel like that was a good exercise last time. We'll start off with an nmap, just a quick scan of the most popular ports. We're just going to do a very basic nmap scan here. So we'll give it that we want to do a SYN stealth scan and the IP. We probably could have even gone simpler than that, but that's so that the first 1,000 ports is what we're scanning when we do just a standard nmap like that. And we can see right away there's some pretty interesting ports available. So I'm actually going to put this into a document, nmap quick.txt, and then we'll do a more thorough scan. Let's do version scan of all ports. Oh crud, I just overwrote the quick scan file. Let's change the name of it to full. And then while that's going, we can start enumerating ports. So we know there's something running on 21, usually FTP. See if we have like anonymous login or something cool. Get on there and read some files. What was the IP again? 191. We'll just do the generic FTP username, FTP password. Auth failed. Alright, we don't have an easy way into FTP. I usually skip right over SSH unless we have to throw a password list at it. I haven't really found any good vulnerabilities for it. We have SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, I believe that is. So it's a mail server. I think we could do Hydra to enumerate usernames there. And then we'd probably want to do some scripted scans at that. There's a web server, a squid proxy. Oh man, I hate to say this, but I think I'm actually going to fire auto recon at it anyway, because I don't have the greatest skills for enumerating these other ports. Let's see if we could do anonymous login on that other FTP server though, quick. Nope. Alright. Let's do auto recon. And we'll fire it at Solstice 191. Good. Alright, we're finding ports. The version scan finished. So let's see what we can find here for some of these. PHP CLI server. What the heck? I've never heard of that one. These are all new services that I've never heard of. PyFTP dlib. Python FTP server maybe? Samba. Apache. Exim. I haven't seen any of these services before. Goodness. Wow. So some advice that I heard today. I was watching the OffSec live stream over my lunch today. I kind of switched between the TCM stream and the OffSec stream. And one of the interesting things that the teacher or the presenter on the OffSec stream said today was that for enumeration, you really have to take your hacker hat off. You really want to be in the mindset of an archaeologist and really examine anything before you start thinking about exploiting it. So I'm going to try to take that approach. So let's do some digging on these services that we've never heard of before. Having trouble getting your pages back. I didn't shut her down in a nice way last time. PyFTP 156. Let's just read about it. Let's just get a general idea about what it is. The first thing that comes up is vulnerabilities. We'll put that there. Buffer overflow. Well, it seems like we may have a foothold already. I didn't even want to do this. I don't want to look at exploiting yet. I just wanted to learn about PyFTP lib. Let's take the version out. Maybe it's a vulnerable version. We'll just learn about it. PyPy. So it is a Python FTP server, as we thought. It's a library that provides a high-level portable interface to easily write very efficient, scalable, and asynchronous FTP servers with Python. It is the most complete RFC 959 FTP server implementation available for Python programming language, and it's used in projects like Google's Chromium and Bazaar, and included in Debian, Fedora, and FreeBSD package repos. Cool. It's extremely lightweight, fast, and scalable. Interesting. So then we have some benchmark comparisons, it looks like. PyFTP dlib seems to be pretty quick compared to these other FTP services. So ProFTPD, we just saw that. If not on the last box, the one before it. And then VSFTP, that's a pretty common one. Looks like it does quite a bit better than that as well. Just slightly better, but... And then here are some examples of how to import this in Python and how to set up a web server, or not a web server, but an FTP server. Huh. So there's two of these running on the host. That's pretty cool stuff. GLD FTP client. That's different, I think. I don't think that's the same thing. Software link, Brothersoft. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the same thing. Calc.exe. This is definitely not the same. So this is more like a Windows service, it looks like. And we didn't see any vulnerabilities on this page for it. Let's go back to our initial Google search with the version in there. Directory traversal. So I think we might be jumping ahead a little bit, thinking, you know, getting into the exploitation type stuff is putting our hacker hat back on. We don't want to do that. We want to keep the archaeologist hat on and just kind of learn about the system, see what's going on with it. So we have that service running on port 21, and it's also running on 2121. We tried to log in with just FTP. That didn't work. So I think we'll just leave that service alone for now and stick a note in here. We'll say, I don't know, service enumeration. We have PyFTP dlib ports 21 and 2121, I think it was. We tested anonymous FTP login. Didn't work. We're gonna not do SSH SMTP. So this is a service we haven't heard of before. Not SMTP, obviously we've heard of that, but the software that's running, I'm not familiar with it. Take a look at it. Sometimes you just gotta take a look at it, you know? So right away with vulnerabilities again, RCE for Rapid7. A heap buffer overflow. Command injection, command execution. XM internet mailer. Let's see if auto recon has tested that port at all. I know auto recon, when it comes to mail services, can use like the verify command. I'm not sure what it uses for that, if it's just Hydra or like curl or something. Maybe even just netcat, who knows. So it looks like the okay, we got not vulnerable for the script scans here. Not vulnerable. So it is difficult to do this. It's difficult to just be an archaeologist and just look at these systems, because in the enumeration, like the scans even, there's info on how to exploit possible CVEs and different vulnerabilities. So it's hard to keep pulling myself away from that, but it's probably good practice. And then we're looking at some XML. Nothing in there. So that was pretty much everything. Yeah, because we looked at the verify, I think. TCP 25 SMTP user, enum Hydra verify. Yeah, there was no valid users found with verify command. I guess we could throw that in our notes quick. What was the name of the service? XM SMTPD 492 XM FTP 492. This is running on, goodness, I can't type, port 25. We did not find any valid accounts with verify. Word list attack. And we have a web server running here. We'll save that for last. So another piece of advice was to work on the easier ports first. Hey, there's another FTP server. Holy smokes. One of the things that was recommended is to kind of do the quicker ports first and then save the longer ports for last. So we're going to save the web servers for last. We'll go through all the anonymous login and new services we haven't seen first. We checked out 2121 already. We're going to skip 80. We got SMB running, a Samba server possibly. Let's see if we can log into that at all. Or list shares. Probably should do a capital L for that. Password, we're gonna put password. And it shows my network printer, but that was, oh, IPC. I think there's something busted with my SMB client. Anytime I do scans, it finds other crap on my network. It's not looking just for that host. All right, what's next? What, did I lose the whole window? There it is. Let's check out this other FTP server. Well, we're kind of skipping around. Let's keep it organized. So we just did Samba. There's nothing on there. We've already done 2121. Got an HTTP proxy. Let's take a look at Squid proxy before. I've heard of Squid proxy. I'm not too sure if it's kind of like Nginx or what the deal is. So we have pen testing Squid on Hacktricks. A couple of different possible avenues to take here. Optimizing web delivery. A caching proxy for web servers. So it is kind of like Nginx. I think that's the same thing as what Nginx does. So we probably don't need to read too much about that. Let's get like a quick little what it is. Squid is a caching proxy. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Squid is a caching proxy for web supporting HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, and more. It reduces bandwidth and improves response times by caching and reusing frequently requested web pages. Squid has extensive access controls and makes a great server accelerator. It runs on most available operating systems including Windows and is licensed under the GNU GPL. Cool. Squid is used to speed up web access. Is it used by ISPs? Interesting. Web client acceleration and distribution. And then we could learn more about it if we want, but I think that's a pretty good rundown. It's just a proxy, like a caching proxy like Nginx. I believe it's the same thing Nginx does. I could be wrong. Squid proxy 4.6. Let's throw that in our notes. Is it HTTPD proxy? What version was it? 4.9? 4.6. This is running on port 3128. And then I guess we'll have to see. I mean, I imagine that's sitting on top of like some kind of web service. So 191. What was the port number? 4.6. That's the version number. 3128. The requested URL could not be retrieved. We see here some version disclosure, which we were able to get from a port scan anyway. Your cached administrator is webmaster. What? Nothing on robots. No index. No index HTML. No index PHP. So it doesn't seem like there's anything running on there. We can just throw that in our notes. We didn't see any web pages hosted. Or I guess it would be accessible from this port. Although we haven't looked at the scan materials from Auto Recon, so let's take a look at that. Squid proxy 3128. Less S's and less. There we go. Bad request, that's what we were getting as well. Nothing. And it looks like there's nothing too interesting on here. Yep, nothing worth noting anyhow. Next up we have 2 more HTTP servers. We're going to skip those for now. We'll come back, we'll do 80, and then we'll follow up with those 2. We're on to the last FTP server, so let's take a look at what this is. Free float FTP 1.0, is that what we got? 1.0? Remote buffer overflow. So this looks like it's going to be a buffer overflow box. The question is, Are we going to find a pre-done buffer overflow, or do we have to do our own? I guess we'll find out. So we're still in the archaeologic phase. We're still being an archaeologist. We're gonna take a look at some information about this. Oh, this is not at all what we want. This is how to make a buffer overflow for it. So we're gonna get out of here. Maybe let's get rid of the version and we can just read about it. I mean, it's obviously an FTP server. There's only vulnerabilities. Like you can't even learn about the service because it's just full of vulnerabilities. All right, well, we know it's an FTP server. Let's try anonymous login on it. (191.62.52.4) Service not available. Remote server has closed the connection. Did we do the right port number? 62.52.4. We did. Okay, let's see what happens if we connect directly to the port. No banner, no welcome message. There we go. It tells us at least the version and the name of the software. So nothing too interesting there either. This is getting to be pretty, I don't know, repetitive. So I suppose many of these services are novel in that we haven't seen them as in an attempt probably to be rabbit holes. So possibly either each one of these is a different foothold and they're all exploitable, something kind of like a metasploitable VM, or they're a bunch of rabbit holes and you got to find the one right way in. From the looks of it, most of these are vulnerable to something. Let's take a look at the web servers. (191) on port 80. Currently configuring the database. Try again later. Alrighty. What were the other ones? 85.93. Main page, book list. We're still setting up the library. Try later on. Seems connected. 54.787. (54.787). Nothing. Do we got like a robots or an index? Not found. All right. No version information. No software information. Wappleizer can see that it has Apache and PHP. Book equals list. What are we? What are the chances that we'll get like a SQL injection or something here? Maybe not. So the web services kind of seem like a bust. Let's go through the Durbuster materials. Apache 2438. Proudly powered by PHP IPAM 1.4. Okay, that's interesting. SQL injection. Okay. And that's the same version that we have. There's remote code execution for 1.45. I don't think we have 1.45. I think it was just 1.4. We'll see what that's about. But we got to stay away from the exploitation. It's just so quick. Why does that happen? What do we have here? 301s for app, backup. Oh, forbidden. Okay. Backup. I wouldn't be surprised if they all say forbidden. Index.html is a good page apparently. Just saying that it's configuring the database. Alright. Same stuff here. Nothing new. Nothing new here as well, it looks like. No script findings. Looks pretty good. Okay, I think we're good to move on to the next web service, which was 3128 if I remember right. This is the squid proxy one. Your cache administrator is... Okay, we saw that earlier. An email address, but it's mailed to webmaster. Nothing too interesting on there. Invalid URL. No directories found. No script scan findings. $54.70 something something something. PHP 7.3. What on earth is this? Absolutely nothing. Oh, we gotta add a 910 to it. I don't think that's part. Oh no, it's on there. Just nothing. PHP 7.3.14. No nmap script findings. So I think we're safe to say that the web services are not going to be what we're after this time. Web services are running on all kinds of ports, every port. We never looked into this PHP CLI server 5.5. Not too sure what that would be. Remote code execution. But we don't have PHP 5.x, we have PHP 7.3, so that's not applicable. I think we're good to wrap it up. We're gonna say port 80, and then we'll skip squid because we already have that in there. We had 8593, and then 54.787. Have web servers, but nothing to interest. Well, that's not true. We did find something kind of interesting. We found an exploit for PHP IPAM 1.4. There's a SQL injection, and this was running on what port? Does anybody remember? What port was that running on? I don't remember. I want to say the Squid Proxy one, 3128. Because we found it in some of the enumeration material. Hey, I'm gonna mute you, Hamoto Yoshi, because I can hear myself coming through your mic. Oh, it's cool. So I'm working on. Gosh, I can't remember what it's called.
I'm on Try Hack Me right now. I'm working on the active directory stuff.
Oh, okay.
I just joined the channel, so what's up? Yoshi.
Hey.
Obviously that's my name.
Yeah, it's good to have you here. So I'm working on Solstice. It's on VulnHub.
Okay, I have not tried VulnHub yet.
It's pretty good.
I'm gonna hop over there right now and check it out.
Okay, you do have to have your own hardware, so you download the OVA file and host it yourself.
Okay, that's fine. I'm working on a VM, so I'm on a Cal VM right now. So
Oh, perfect.
VPN.
No, it's not a VPN. So you stand up another VM. Sorry if I said VPN earlier.
Oh no, it's fine. Okay, so I actually have to install the VPN, or not the VPN, rather is it like an ISO you install through the VMware?
Yeah, so it's actually if you have VirtualBox, you just do like an import,
Okay.
and then you open the OVA file, and it runs as a VM in VirtualBox.
Sweet. Okay. I might have to hop over because I'm working on obviously I'm on Discord inside of this VM right now, so if I jump over, I'll have to maybe find a VM or a new Discord.
It's all good.
What's the lab called you said?
It's called Solstice. And I can send you the link here in Discord. Yeah, it kind of tripped me out at first when you joined because I didn't realize someone was in Discord, but I can hear the feedback of my own voice. I'm like, what the heck is that?
Yeah.
Thought it was the music at first.
And I was listening to you. Sorry, I didn't mute myself.
It's all good.
What channel are you in right now?
Yep.
You the only one right now?
What's that?
Do we have other listeners in, or is it just you?
It's just you and I in Discord. But there's a couple people on Twitch, I think. What? I think I sent you a DM in Discord. No, it's an OVA, so you just download the OVA. It's like a VM template.
Okay. I'm not too familiar with that. I'll be honest. I run VMware Workstation Pro. I'm not sure VirtualBox, but I'm sure it's just standing up an ISO file, right?
Yeah, it's very similar. So on VulnHub, the makers, it's just kind of a community type thing. So people make a VM, post it, and then they'll say in the description if it works best in VirtualBox or VMware. So this one says VirtualBox, but I actually run both and then kind of go back and forth if it's working in one versus the other, you know?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, if you need help standing up the VM at all, just let me know.
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry, I'm on my host machine.
I can kind of hear you, but it sounds like your mic might be kind of far away or something.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm bouncing back and forth between my VM and my host machine, so
Oh.
I'm trying to stand that up. Yeah, so I'm trying to stand that up on my host machine. Had a little, it wasn't letting me download it for some reason. It gave me an error message.
Okay. Did you use that first link or the second one, or?
Yeah, I'm on the Solstice page right now. There's a couple different files to choose from,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm looking at the mega.nz. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I'm not sure what, I didn't use that link. I usually go to the one that has the file extension in it, so in this case it was the first mirror.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I see you right there. Yeah, I see which one you're looking at. The middle one?
Yep.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I got it. I grabbed it. I'm gonna create a new VM with it. New virtual machine. Next. Installer disk image files. Take downloads. Nice. Do you know what this challenge is? I looked at it. Is it a Linux or Windows type server? What are we digging into?
Most of the ones on VulnHub are Linux based.
Okay, that's even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning Windows now, which is kind of how I found this whole channel. I was watching the Active Directory walkthrough from Tyler.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's how I kind of found you guys, and that's literally what I'm just kind of working on right now. And then I found you, and now I'm downloading the Solstice OVA. So
Heck yeah.
I've got more experience in Linux. I've been on TryHack on Macintosh for about 6 to 7 months now.
Oh wow.
My background is mostly in like wireless hacking, so I'm kind of new to like the web-based type stuff. So,
Nice. Well, it's good to have you on the stream and in Discord. You said you recently joined Discord?
yeah, well, I recently joined this channel. I've had Discord. I've used it through school. We set up each class I get into, we start our own Discord channels.
Nice.
Kind of helps us just kind of offline chat about stuff.
Hmm. So you just studying to study, or you just learning how to hack, or what's your plan?
So I'm actually getting into the security industry. I'm in school for computer science right now, specialization in cybersecurity, particularly off-cyber stuff. I've got over 10 years of experience in the industry doing electronic work for the military. I was Navy, did a lot of avionics, electronics, communications, radar, sensors, stuff like that. And
Nice.
I was going to school for autonomous systems engineering, until one day, crazy story. I won't dig too deep into it, but the intro I posted actually on this Discord goes into it. But I started looking into security and hacking. It just came to me. I was like, oh my god, this is cool stuff. I started learning about it, and I took a year off of school to go really take a contract. I started reading up on cybersecurity, information warfare strategies, and stuff like that.
Nice.
Super cool stuff. Like really cool stuff. And I changed my program when I got back. I've been doing that for about the last 6 months. I'm back in school. actually, what's pretty cool is my next class. I start my next semester next week. I've got a penetration testing class.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Oh, heck yeah. Looking forward to that. So, yeah,
So you did wireless before this, huh?
yeah, I really got into wireless hacking. That was kind of the first, because, so, long story short, I was going to school for autonomous systems. I was writing a paper one day, and the neighbor was blaring a Bluetooth speaker. I was like, man, how do I shut that off? And I Googled it, and like, boom, all sorts of stuff about like blue snarking, blue jacking, hacking, and wireless hacking.
Yeah.
I got so interested by it that I went down the rabbit hole. I got myself a network interface card that's capable of packet injection. I started playing around with it. Had a lot of fun with that, and yeah, I kind of got more into into this space and started learning more about other types of hacking and all this other types of stuff. It's been a great journey so far, and I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, that's the plan, man.
Awesome.
Sorry the Solstice is taking so long to download for me. I am on the road right now in a hotel. Wi-Fi's coming from
Oh, really?
best I can. But yeah, if you want to just push on, man, go ahead and keep pushing on that. I'm gonna try to expand your video here.
Okay.
It's really small things I'm trying to expand.
Well, every time I talk, I can hear myself feedback in yours, so I'm going to mute you. If you have questions, feel free to unmute yourself, though.
Yeah, man.
All
Got it.
right. All right, where were we at? We're done with enumeration, and while we were enumerating the services, we found a few exploits. We're gonna go back and see if we can't find those. Probably should have copied links to them back when they were fresh, but that's all right. PyFTP-lib. What version of that was it? 156. We should put that in the notes. So the vulnerability does affect PyFTPD-lib. The auth-tls command has a plain text command after it. The plain text command is accepted in the clear and returns data over the encrypted channel. The RFC says that an auth-tls should be the last command in the batch. The standard fix for other servers is to strip anything after the auth TLS and ignore it. Does not support. So we have an edit made to that command or that comment. This seems like it's going to be more work than what it's worth. Interesting though that this is coming up in scans as possibly being misidentified. So that's probably one of the least interesting vulnerabilities we saw in all the services. So let's keep trucking along. That one seems like it's going to be a lot of work, and we had a couple lower hanging fruit, I think. Why can't I find that other vulnerability? It was this one here, the SQL injection. But what did it affect? PHP, IPAM. We found that in some of our scan material. Wouldn't have been here. It was like at the, it was like a HTML comment at the bottom of a page, if I remember right. What the heck? What? Anonymous FTP login allowed? We tried that, it didn't work. Do we need to try it again? FTP. Am I looking at the wrong scan stuff? No, that's right. 2121. Anonymous login allowed. I don't remember that. In fact, I remember the opposite. Login failed. Do I need to use a different username and password? Anonymous? Anonymous? Oh my gosh. Okay, we had to use the username and password anonymous. Well, good thing we didn't finish enumeration yet. There's just this file called pub. Let's copy that down. Oh, it's a directory. Ah, if I could read, I would see that. Nothing in there, but can we upload stuff there? And if we do, what's it matter? Is it going to show up in one of those web servers maybe? Oh, I can't upload. Alright, well the anonymous login seems like it's just a rabbit hole then. Let's go back to looking for that super cool HTML comment that we were looking for. This is the squid proxy. Books list. How are we on port 137? Is this going out of order? Where the heck was that? I suppose we could inspect source on these pages and find it, maybe? I don't think it was here. Right here. There it is. So port 80 has that. Possible SQL injection. Now let's read about it. I suppose let's put a note so we don't forget. Yada yada. Port 80 has version disclosure on the home page. It'd be nice if I could spell. Someday I'll learn. Disclosure. Grab a screenshot of that. Oh man. Copy that and put it in our notes. PHP IPAM IPAM? Is that IPAM? IP address management? That doesn't seem right. Custom field filter SQL injection. So we'd have to check to see if we can get here. I don't even think this exists. Don't have permissions. Okay. We might not get to use that exploit then. We'll try this one too. It's got a username and password in there for us even. Maybe we'll try it. Maybe it's going to authenticate somehow in a way that just is super unintuitive. Might as well try it anyways. It's the closest we've gotten so far to finding a valid exploit. Is it going to want us to put some parameters after the command, or here we go. We'll modify the host here. 192.168.1.191. Nothing. What's it supposed to do even? Example output. Executing select user. It didn't do any of that. So I think it's safe to say that's a bust. We'll move on from that. And we'll say port 80 is I don't know, it seems like it's worn out. There's nothing there. This one's still trying to get the library up as well. Kind of confused about that. Waiting for a database to stand up, but the database is just never coming up. So we checked PyFTP-lib. We didn't find any vulnerabilities for that. I guess I thought we found some other vulnerabilities, maybe for, I think there was a heap-based buffer overflow for the XMFTP service. Let's see if we can find that again. Remote code execution, but we're on a different version. Let's use search exploit instead. Nothing. Alright, what's the next one? Squid 4.6. Nothing. What the heck? What are we gonna do? I guess we could try the name of the box, which is Solstice, as a username, and throw a password list at it for SSH. That seems to be a common theme on these VulnHub boxes. Use Hydra. Our username is going to be Solstice. And then for a wired list, we're going to use RockU. Give it an IP address and then a service, I think. Or the other way around, maybe. Alright, let her buck. Gotta be missing something. So I'm gonna take a break here and come back refreshed, and then hopefully I'll see something that I'm not seeing. Maybe we need to go back and double check the enumeration, make sure we didn't skip over anything. I guess it's possible that this FTP server on 21 had anonymous login. Let's check that first, and then we'll take a break. FTP anonymous. Login failed. Alright, we're gonna take a break then. We'll be back in 5. All right, can you see my screen?
Jump in. Let's see. Okay, I'm on. Yeah, I see you.
All right, so you could do, like what I do is net discover, and then you specify interface, which in my case is ETH0. Net discover has to be run as super user, so if you're running a root session, it should be good. Otherwise, I just do user session and run sudo.
Sudo net discover tac I there.
Tac I, and then your interface.
I'm not getting anything off of it.
Oh wow, okay.
Wait. Well, yeah, we got VMware. Here we go. We got 3.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there we go. Got it.
Yeah. So then you should be able to find the IP based on that, and then you can do your enumeration on that IP.
Are you looking at 254 or so? I've got 3 right now. I've got 192.168, blah blah blah. I've got a .1, a .2, and a .254.
It should be one of those.
Yeah, right. Just checking that.
Yeah, how many VMs you got running?
Right now, we got Cali and VulnHub. So. Oh, you know what? The .1 might be.
Yeah, it's probably your default gateway. Do they all say VMware on them?
Yep, they all say VMware.
Oh, you must be running in like one of those isolated VMware networks or something.
I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't know. I've had workstation for now. I don't really mess with the network settings too much because each one of my VMs is kind of like not really connected. Like I'm not really doing something like server type stuff. It's just individual.
Sure.
Themes. So, yeah. Okay. I think it might be this .254. I'm gonna run that.
There you go.
I'm gonna own that and see what I come back with. And I've been following along. I was watching your videos to see where you're at right now. So
Cool.
I see you're stuck at the moment.
Yes, I am.
So, sorry, I'm not trying to be sidetracked, but what exactly are we stuck? Are you stuck here?
Yeah, so this is my notes. This is kind of the enumeration I've gone through. This will be like the stuff you're coming up on. So I found all the services, and they're all interesting services in the fact that I haven't seen them before. So I've never really seen PyFTP dlib. Never seen XMFTP. I haven't seen Squid running before. I've heard of Squid Proxy, but I've never seen it actually running before. So I kind of took some time and just explored each of these on Google and was just trying to figure out like what the heck is this. And obviously, this is an FTP server. This is a FTP server as well. That doesn't seem right though. This is actually.
I saw you got into SMB. When you were in SMB, right?
Yeah. It had.
Okay. When you were in SMB, did you look around? Did you poke around at all while you were in there?
There were no shares that I saw.
Okay. Yeah, because I would have poked around in there for a bit.
Right. I didn't see any shares available. So it does show like a couple shares, but I'm pretty sure these are just my, like on my network. I don't think it's actually associated with this host because this is my network printer. This isn't part of the host.
So it's on your network.
Right. So I didn't see anything too interesting with SMB there.
Okay, so did you check out Squid? You did exploit DB on all these guys. Poked around at them.
Yeah, I kind of poked around, and it was interesting because I watched the what was it? Like the PWK 200 course from OffSec. Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was watching their live stream over lunch today, and one of the things the guy said is when you're doing enumeration, not to look for exploits. Just look at it like you're an archaeologist and like trying to figure out what the box does and what the different services are. So as I was Googling these services, of course, it's just like vulnerability, EDB, and I'm like, man, I'm really trying to stay away from this stuff.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I should have taken links while I was looking at it, because now I have to go back through it all. But
So, quick question: this service, are they running a web server?
yeah, they have a few different ports running web services. So on 80,
Is there a web page?
I couldn't get to anything. Everything is like has this error message saying that there's a database that needs to stand up before it'll run.
Oh, okay. Did you try adding it to your what is it? Your Etsy host file?
I always forget that.
Maybe
That's a good
try
idea.
adding it- Yeah, add it to your Etsy host and see if you can pull up the web page.
That's a really smart idea.
I don't know what the web page is called. It's such a mistake. Yeah, try that. See if you can get into the web page. Because if you can get into the web page, you should be able to maybe poke around in there and see if there's any like hyperlinks or have you ran like a Go Buster on it?
Yeah. I use Auto Recon, so it does all that stuff automatically. And I went through. It's still doing Durbuster scans on the different web services,
Okay.
but I didn't see anything too awesome in there, and everything is like an error page like this. So we'll see now that I have.
You have Zap? Have you tried Zap? I hate Zap. I'll be honest with you. Have you tried Zap?
Zap's not bad. I don't mind it. It's just as good as Burp Suite, but you really got to learn one of them really well. I think it doesn't matter which one you learn as long as you learn one.
Yeah. I mean, I will say the cool thing about Zap is it's really easy. It's much easier than Burp Suite.
Yeah, it's a little bit more intuitive, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm not seeing anything else by adding the host named Etsy. So we'll see if we can get something here. Nothing there. That was port 80 as well. There's a backup directory. So this is interesting, right? So I see that these pages exist, but I don't have access to them. I wonder if I could.
You tried putting in the port numbers for all of them? Solstice with all the port numbers?
Yeah, so I'm on port 80. I tried 3128. This one's port 80 as well. Here's a different port.
Just curious, what word list are you working on for Durbuster?
So it just uses the medium-sized Durbuster list. Yeah. So this might be why I didn't get vulnerabilities here. When I was searching, I had FTP as a service, but it's not. It's XM SMTP.
Curious. Just, have you hopped into Metasploit at all?
I'm trying to stay away from it because I'm studying for the OSCP.
Okay, fair enough. That's totally fair. I would have jumped into Metasploit and just searched those services.
Yeah.
See if you can pull up on them.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but I'm really trying to stay away from it. I guess it's probably not out of scope for this. If I feel like I've done everything I can do manually, then I'll probably check Metasploit before I go to a walkthrough. But I'm going to give it like an hour or so, and if I can't find something in an hour, I'm going to start looking at the next step in a walkthrough, I think.
Okay, fair enough, man. So you're studying for the OSCP?
Yeah, yep. I've been studying. Tyler and I both been kind of studying for, I guess he recently just started studying for OSCP, but I've been actively studying for about a year now.
Okay, right on. I'm pretty much on the same path, and I've been at it for about a little under a year, I'd say. It's one of those things where like certifications are great. I don't know what your reason or purpose for getting your certification. Again, I think you muted me, but I was asking what your history and background was because just curious. But yeah, I mean, everybody, we're going for certification. Honestly, at this stage of the game, certification is just not going to do anything for me personally. So I'm just really just trying to get the. So
Oh, okay.
all the resources I can get, I can. So I'd like
Nice.
to get my OSCP at some point. But yeah, man, what's your background? What's your history?
So I actually come from like a similar history as you. No military or anything like that, but I started off with like wireless hacking. Well, I guess if we go back further than that, I started off with like phone phreaking. So back in the day with the old flip phones, one of the first hacks that I did was like modifying some hex on an old LG phone back when they all were running like a Java OS. And it was something simple, just like change the background of my text messages, like change the background color. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember MySpace? Did you ever have MySpace?
Oh, Jesus. I think I was like, I don't remember how old I was, but I just hit the end of MySpace. I was on it for a little while, but I wasn't very active.
So it's crazy because back, like, if I look back, I was a kid and I was doing the MySpace and Blackberry. You were creating your own like HTML files. Like they had like this feature, to create your web page, and you were scripting and coding. You had no idea what you were doing. You were, like,
Right.
Copy and pasting shit, hoping you make a cool profile, and it worked out, and you learned shit. It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember all that. But, I never really got into like this. Hacking's been a little recent development for me in the last, I'd say, 2 years.
Okay. Yeah, I got pretty interested in like Wi-Fi hacking. Just to do it, I guess. I don't know.
Ormon and G, I think is what.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Aircrack suite. Yep. I spent some time in there. I used to live next to this WEP network, and so I broke into, with the owner's permission, obviously, I broke into this WEP network. And then that was right around the time that like the pixie dust attack became a thing. So that was pretty interesting. It's like a brute force for you probably know what it is. You said you were into wireless, but it's like a brute force for the WEP pin, or not the WEP pin, the wireless protected setup pin, that like 8-digit numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, man. That's actually do not use that at your home router. Highly recommend it. Don't do that.
Yeah,
that's an easy vulnerability.
Yeah, and a lot of times like that code is hard coded, and you like some of the newer routers, I think you can disable WPS and you can like change the code if you want to, but some of that gear it's stuck on and the code can't be changed. So if you get in using the code, you can change your password as much as you want, but if you have the code, you're right back in,
And all it takes is a Google search to find out what the code is, so there you go.
Yep, exactly.
So
oh man,
I got nothing back on my own map. I'm gonna try the other. These are games. Yeah, I didn't get anything back on that.
okay.
I'm having a hard time finding where this VulnHub is, because I got my 2 VMs. I got my Kali attack machine, and I got the VulnHub, which is at the login page. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
That is all we get. So,
I wonder if it shows you a spot, if you can like go to settings and see the IP address just from the VM instead of trying to find it on the network.
Well, I can't run ifconfig in the VulnHub, so.
Right, exactly.
It's gotta be done through VMware.
So this one's on.
Manage. Snapshot. Settings. Probably under settings. Let's see. Network adapter. Just vmnet.0. Bridge. I may have to go offline for a second here and research this. So
Sure. So you can look at the advanced settings on the NIC, and it'll show you the MAC address at least. So you might be able to find it based on MAC address with that NetDiscover scan, and just make sure you're scanning the right host.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So see if I can just do a NetDiscover on the Mac.
Yeah, so I mean you can do NetDiscover and it'll show you all the different hosts. It shows like IP and then MAC address, and if you just find the right MAC, you should be able to.
Yeah, it says the network is bridged directly with the physical. So
Is that what yours says too?
what's that?
Yours says that too?
Yeah, it says connected directly to the physical.
Huh.
So for my network connection settings under bridged, it's just.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Let me see.
I'm gonna go back through all of the scan stuff that I kind of just skipped through it earlier, so I'm gonna go through it a little bit more thorough this time.
Oh wow, that's your in-map?
Yeah, so auto recon does like a full script scan on each port from nmap. So each one of these folders has a ton of different script scans for the service.
I've never heard of auto scan.
So it's auto recon. Yep, and it's just like I don't know, like a script that strings together nmap and then relevant script scans. So if it finds port 80 is open, it automatically runs a Durbuster scan for you. Kind of.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it takes the guesswork. Yeah, definitely takes the guesswork out of it. I use it on the OSCP because I don't trust myself to to not miss something.
Have you ever messed around with Recon NG?
I don't think so.
So that's another framework. It's pretty neat. I've kind of lightly touched on it. It's another different like framework.
Oh, neat. Oh, is this like a database where you can like store your stuff as you find it?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like it's modeled after Metasploit framework, but it's more towards reconnaissance and information type stuff.
Nice.
All right, hey, I'm gonna hop offline here for about 10 minutes. Take a quick break. I'm gonna try and do some offline research on this and get my game up and running so I can help you.
Right on.
I mean, if worst case scenario, I'll just hang out here in the chat and walk through this with you.
Yeah,
Hey,
sounds good to me.
I'll get back
All right.
to it.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna meet myself.
All right. Oh, that's cool. We found a login page for file thingy PHP file manager. File thingy 257. Nothing in there. We might be able to just use some... Oh, look at that. The credentials were admin. That was tough. Let's get this in our notes before we lose it. So this is port 54787. On port 54787, Nicto found the following directory, or I guess the following page. This is a login page. We were able to guess the credentials. Admin. And then what can we do here? Can we upload files, download files? Maybe we could do a PHP shell. We have our test.txt. Let's upload that first. It was successfully uploaded. Can we view it? Look at that. All right. Can we upload PHP files? I'll start a listener. Was not uploaded. File type not allowed. Alright, well that's not very good. Can we upload it as .text.php? No. Can't really do anything. File thingy 257. Arbitrary file upload. I mean, we have this anyway, don't we? Malicious zip archives. Okay. FTP ft2.php. First, we need to post the zip file with the command shell in it. So we're going to need some way to manually send this stuff. Boundary .34. Let's copy all this stuff into like a Word document or something. We'll get the raw data. We don't need the output. Got some non-printable characters there. Wonderful. It doesn't tell us what the content of ft2.php is. I wonder what else is in this project directory. Anything? Oh, it just brings us here. Huh. We're just supposed to send this whole thing with like Burp Suite or something, I imagine. Looks like this is like a comment. So each step is between those comments, I imagine. Our first payload is going to be this whole thing. 54787 project. 54787 project. We'll turn off intercept at least till we get logged in. Maybe grab a screenshot of this since we don't have one yet for our notes. Looks good to me. And then we'll log in with admin. And now is where we want to intercept. I guess we didn't have to go this far, but might as well. We're just gonna paste right over top of this. I wonder if it's gonna want our same PHP session ID. Maybe not. I don't have too much faith that this is gonna work, but let's give it a shot. We need to change our host to 192.168.1.191, and we're not posting to file thingy. We're posting to project.
Hey,
And
have you tried? Are you doing that through the proxy? Have you tried throwing it through Repeater?
Oh, that's a good point. Hey, good idea.
Yeah, I'm just hopping back on seeing where you're at.
No, you're good. I always forget to do that. I honestly use Zap more often than I use Burp Suite, so I always forget to do Repeater, but that's nice.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Depending on what you're doing, you can do Repeater, or if you wanted to go like a word list at it, you could probably try
Intruder, okay. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna try this. I mean, it's just exactly what was in the exploit. So I don't think that worked, but yeah, 404 not found. Maybe it's because of this FT2 PHP. Now uploading file. Did that work? No, there's no more files. Unless it's hidden. What was the next part of the exploit? Unzip malicious file. Oh, I wonder if we're supposed to be shooting this at index.php. That would make a whole lot of sense. If this doesn't work, we'll go through it again. Go into index.php. We'll give that a shot. 200 response code seems okay. Is this the login page? Alright, I think we're doing this wrong. We're probably going to need a valid session ID. So let's steal it from here. The heck am I doing?
Session ID doesn't work out for you, don't stress it, because I've found a lot of times in CTFs and stuff like this, they don't really dig too deep into having these session IDs, stuff like that. So
okay.
Don't dig into it too much.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
We found it, so we'll try it. But I think the big thing is just that we need to be going to a valid page when we're sending the uploads, and I wasn't. So let's get the session ID on there. We'll just leave it like that for now. And then we'll get the exploit from EDB. All the way down to there. And we're going to project index.php 191. Refer. Oh, that's not correct. We'll probably just leave it like that. Session. There's no PHP session ID other than, oh, right here. PHP session ID. Try that once. 302 found. To be honest, I don't know if that worked or not. I imagine we'd see a zip file if it worked. Oh, it's okay, it's mad. A file couldn't be moved. Was not uploaded. Is this a verified? It's verified. It's the right version. I wonder if we could find another version of this that kind of goes more in depth. I feel like this is the same path as our project index.php, but it's hard to tell.
Hey, I got a random thought here. Is there a way that you could send a reverse shell to or through the SMB server and try to catch a reverse shell through SMB?
Not that I know of, because I don't have access to SMB. Yeah, so far the only place I've found that I have access to upload anything is this file thingy web server, FTP server here.
Okay, so if you're in there, where can you upload? I see a test.txt. Okay. So
Yep.
Can you upload a rev shell to a PHP?
No, it doesn't allow PHP upload. So that's what we're trying to work with right now. So this
Have you tried PHP?
just a second. I gotta mute my music.
Sometimes
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
PHP 5. You tried PHP 5. I think
Oh, that's a good call.
because sometimes it'll say no PHP, but if you
Right.
you can bypass that.
That's a good point. Yeah, and to be honest, I should be looking at like an extension bypass type thing while I'm doing this. That's not a bad idea. But I did find this exploit which seemed relevant because it's this software version that we're working with.
That's exactly it. It's an arbitrary file upload, which means that all you have to do, in theory, is just throw a PHP rev shell, upload it, and catch a catch a reverse shell on that. But you have to figure out what type of file. If not, if it won't take PHP, I would try PHP 5. If PHP 5 doesn't work, see if the system's running Python. You may be able to run a Python shell if the system has Python installed.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Would the web page render Python?
The web page render Python.
Because how do you execute it?
Well, you know what? So if you could pull up the web page, you could do a WAPalizer on it, but you don't really know what services are. Can you go back to your Nmap real quick so I can see what services are on?
So port 21 had PyFTP, so it's definitely got Python on there.
Well, there you go. So you may be able to upload a Python rev shell.
But so then, how do you execute it?
So go back to that page you were at and see if you can. When you upload it, it should just go straight to those files, like test.txt, right? Can you open that?
Yep, I can.
Okay, so there you go. So exactly, there you go, perfect. So upload a Python rev shell. You may have to create a netcat listener, right? Let's see, payloads, open virtual. Go to revshellgenerator.com or revshellgen.
I think I know what you're talking about. I've been on there a few times.
Yeah, it's the one where you just input your stuff and it just
Yeah.
generates it for you. That's it. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so go to Python 3.
Does it matter which one?
No, you can just try number 1. Just try Python 3 number 1. There you go. So go ahead and put your whatever port you want to listen on.
Yep, I got that all figured out already.
Yep, quad 4 is fine. And then save that to a .py file. Or, yeah, .py file is what you're looking. So yeah, there you go.
And then just upload that, huh?
Yes, sir. That's it.
I suppose I better start a listener first.
Yep.
Oh, I already got one going. Look at that. I'm on top of it. Yep. Oh.
Is it gonna take?
I'm confused though about how it's so like with a PHP reverse shell, you upload it and then you have to navigate to the page, and then the browser tries to render it, and when it renders, that's when it fires the shell. So like, what's gonna trigger this to run? Holy smokes!
Okay. There you go. Okay.
No way. Oh, it's just gonna try to download the file.
Open it. Well, yeah. Try opening it. Just go ahead. See what happens. Okay, now go to your rev shell. Go back to your netcat listener.
No, nothing.
Damn. Oh, okay. Okay.
I should try that PHP 5 though. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, try that. Well, because if you could directory traversal to the file itself, that would be a way to open it, right? So, have you tried? What's the directory to get to that test.txt? You know what I'm saying? Like what's the extension to get to that test.txt? Okay.
Right here.
So there we go. So run that, right? Except put in the Python with shell.py. Try that.
Oh, it's just trying to download it. Yep.
Okay, we'll try the PHP 5 file or the PHP rev shell and try running it the same way. Just traverse through the directories.
We'll try that. I think that might work. There's like a whole list of different extensions you can try to use to bypass this upload filtering.
So actually, here's a good thing. If you go into Burp Suite, it'll tell you what's accepted, what the acceptable file types are.
No shit.
Go back to Burp Suite, and it check your Git requests or your posts. See what they go to target.
Here.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just check those out. See what they say. They should be an acceptable file type for the upload. Oh, you didn't capture that in Burp Suite yet.
No, I haven't done that yet. I should probably.
Capture that in Burp Suite. Capture an upload.
I've kind of used all these already. Try this one again. Oh, be helpful to hit the right button. So I think I have proxy turned on. So you think it's gonna say in here somewhere?
Turn your proxy off.
Okay.
Turn proxy off. Go to HTTP history. Scroll down all the way to the bottom.
That's all there is.
Yeah, the bottom. Were you able to capture that uploaded temp?
It would be one of the posts, I imagine.
So, is there anything that says acceptable? So text text. Okay, so it accepts text, HTML, XML, image files, web. Okay. I don't see anything with that. You see under accept right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that I'm not sure if that's the right post. I'm not sure if that's the upload.
Projects index. Yeah, this looks like it was the logon.
You wanna try and see if you can capture or get.
Here, let's clear all this out if we can. Is there any way to do that?
Clear history.
Is that a thing? Oh yeah, there it is. Sweet.
Boom.
Alright, let's try that. Goodness. Oh my gosh, I just keep clicking upload. That's so annoying that you have to click a file with a different button and then click upload afterwards. Alright, now we should have something. Post to index.php. This looks very similar to that exploit page, but it's got just the text in here too. That's kind of cool. It opens up the file.
And you got you got clear it too.
Yeah, it does. It didn't let me upload it. It got pissed at me for the extension. But there's probably like some hack that we can do with like PHP upload filter or something like that. Whoa, Hacktrick's got dark mode. What do you mean saving it?
Did you save it as a .php file or .php, the rev shell you had?
I don't, what did you say? A .php file versus what?
.php file. So,
yeah, yep, so it's PHP 5 right now.
Okay.
That wasn't working. So here's like a good list I can work through for check previous extensions. So that's like what you were saying, try these different things. Oh, that's a good point too, like camel case. Try that.
Yeah, try that.
I should just like get one copy of each one.
Totally random topic. Check for LFI. Go ahead and do a // all the way to Etsy password. Just for shit's sake.
Just for fun.
Yeah, just for fun. Like, I'm just curious.
Nothing.
Try it in Burp.
In Burp.
Try it in Burp.
Where at?
So it's been a minute since I've done an LFI. Go to your initial git. Your very first git. There you go. send it to repeater?
So I just noticed that this has some JavaScript. I wonder if that's involved in like the filtering at all. File list functions.
I see a lot of options for parameters, which is kind of interesting to me.
In the JavaScript here?
No, on Burp Suite. See the params file? The column, rather. This is parameters. Yeah, those.
Oh, yeah.
So everywhere there's parameters, there's a function of inputs. That's a cookie, so no good. Another cookie, no good. It's just cookies, okay. Because you see parameters and you think like, okay, maybe I can throw something in there.
Sure.
But yeah, nothing of interest. So, well, upload. Where's that? So go down. Go down. See upload.
Yep. So this would have been our upload attempt, I think. I think this is when I clicked that upload button without a file selected. This is what it looked like.
Okay, so go down to the next index.php. Let's see if that will work. Yeah, check those.
I think it was this one here, because this actually had like the PH... Well, maybe it wasn't this one. One of them I thought actually had the PHP code opened up. Yeah, this one here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the one.
Yeah, it's got like the reverse shell right in it. It's got the IP. So if I could, you know, I feel like working through this list here is probably going to be the best way to go. This is a pretty solid website to go off of.
Yeah, hat tricks. I've used them before for
Yeah.
tips and tricks.
Oh, that's a good idea too. We could throw like some different characters at the end. So I'm trying to think of like an automated way to do all of these.
Not repeater, intruder? No. Oh, you know what? Maybe you could. Well,
Maybe. I'd have to make the file exist. Oh no, the file doesn't actually have to exist because it's going to open the file and put the text here. So I just need the text here. I can name it whatever the hell I want here.
Yeah, exactly.
So this should go to intruder, I think.
Intruder. Yes, intruder.
And then we'll do like the...
Yep, that's exactly.
There
So
we
go to
go.
Positions, clear it, go to clear. There you go. Now just select that and hit, nope, what is it? Add. Perfect. That's it.
And
that's
then
what you want to do.
we'll make sure that there's not more of them though. Oops, that's supposed to be fine. Because I feel like the file name was in... Well, maybe it's not in more than one spot. Yeah, it was just that one spot. Okay.
Go to payloads.
Oh man, I need to burp way better.
Okay, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to take all those extensions and put them in a .txt file.
Heck yeah.
Or you can just copy and paste it directly into there. However you want. Nope, there it is.
Oh, does it let you do comma separated here, or does it have to be new line?
I think it has to be a simple list. So
All
you
right.
could maybe do a .txt file if you wanted to. And just
Let's do
upload
that. We'll remove these, and then...
Nano or via text.
Yeah.
I use Kate, but I'm always on Kate. So I'm using
Oh,
Kate.
gotcha. What are we going to call this? Extensions. Shit. There's got to be a way I can replace those.
Manually.
No, I'm cooler than that, man. I'll do some PowerShell.
I know. Do you have a GUI text editor? Like, come on, you gotta do something.
No. I'm going to do this the right way.
Oh god.
We'll do like data equals this, and then data.replace.
That's cool though. I I have no idea what you're doing, but it looks.
I don't even know if it's gonna work, man. We'll find out.
I'm not a Windows PowerShell kind of. Are you an admin by a trade? You have like a history in IT or?
So I just work like tech support right now, but in the past I've done quite a bit of PowerShell scripting, and I'm doing a lot of Python scripting now. There's his.
Okay. Very cool. Perfect. Look at that. That's awesome, dude. Good job.
Thanks.
That's cool. So
Put that in.
I need to get spun up on PowerShell.
Actually, I should put it. You're right. I should put it in a text file. That way, if we need to do it again, it's all right there. Oh, it's not gonna let me do that. How do you remove all? Control A maybe? There we go. Let's put that in a text file. Extensions. And then we'll get some more extensions. Oh. So it's a PHP file. It wants us to try cycling case and stuff. I don't know about that though.
I'm sure there's a script you can write or make to do that, to create a text file for you like that. But try working with what you got. Just try Just try those.
Try these. Okay, that's a good call.
Just try them and see what happens. I mean, see what kind of responses you get.
I didn't even think about looking through the existing word lists. There might be one that is built just for this.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Do you use sec lists or?
I have sec lists on here, yeah.
Check out sec lists. See what they got. See if they have an extensions list for PHP.
Probably be in fuzzing. Gosh, I don't know what they would call it. Extensions.
Oh, extensions. There it is. Extensions. That's that. Or extensions. Boom.
Boom. Let's try the boom one. That seems.
Good, right?
Ooh. I don't know about that.
No, I just look at me.
No.
I see nothing PHP or relevant.
No. I think we'll go with that one we made first.
Yeah, try that and see what happens.
For some reason, I can't navigate my Linux directory right now. Where the hell's home? There we go. What did we call that damn thing? Extensions. That makes sense.
Yep, there it is. All right, so it's a little slower on Community Edition, but it'll run since it's a short list.
Yeah. Do you have a key for Pro for me? Is that part? Did you get?
Yeah, no, I honestly use Community myself.
Oh, okay.
I blow through too many VMs. Like, it's not worth it for me to buy it because I move, operating systems quite frequently. So.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know if it carries over, because I thought about buying a professional. I thought about buying a subscription or whatever, but like, if say you blow up your VM and you start a new one, will it let you? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure if you can just repunch in the same key and it'll let you do it on multiple VMs. Sometimes they.
Oh, I'm not sure how that works.
Because sometimes there's mechanisms in place that let you do it. So like,
right.
If that was the case, I'd be screwed. You know what I mean? Like, my luck, I'd put it on a VM and then just totally break the VM and have to start over, and I'm screwed out of another $1,000.
Right. I feel like you can like log in or something. Who knows? I'm not liking how there's a %2e in between.
So you got no 200. Well, although you know what? You're only modifying your rev shell page, right? That's your rev shell, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, try a different rev shell.
You think so? You don't think any of those worked?
Yeah, no, those are all 302s, which are just what, redirects.
Redirects, yeah. Well, what's a good one look like?
200. I think you should go first. 200 status.
Is it? If you get a successful upload, it's 200. Where the hell did that go? Let's check it out. We'll watch it.
Well, I don't know if 200 is a successful upload.
I feel like it would be 302, because it, well, maybe not. I don't know. I guess it's really hard to say without watching.
I'm honestly not too familiar with the extension codes. I know 200's good, 400's bad.
Yo, look at that. Holy shit. We got a bunch of reverse shells on there now. Oh, there's an extra period. %2 E is a period. Shit.
Where did all those come from?
That's from Burp Suite. Burp Suite uploaded that many times.
Oh,
So
shit. They put them all in there for you?
yeah, each one of those is a good upload. So PHP-S worked, PHP-7 worked, but I have an extra period, so I gotta fucking redo it. So there's a period in each one of these, but I never removed the period out of the position. Yeah, we'll try it again.
You're gonna have a whole bunch of them now.
Yeah, exactly. One of them will work.
Yeah, there you go.
Hopefully one of them works. Is that listener still going? Yeah, we still got a listener. And I guess we just open them all and see what happens. At least all the ones with valid names.
Start with.
Yo, it worked without an extension on that one. I'm just gonna open them all. Fuck it. One of them will pop.
So I jumped in here a little bit later than you were, but what, like, I almost went, ooh, what's that?
I don't know. It's mad about something.
I was gonna say, maybe we should take a step back and really think about what this machine is.
That's not a bad idea.
You know what I mean? Sometimes it doesn't hurt to just take a step back for a second, look at the big picture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's not get too caught up in trying to catch a little shit.
Yeah, it's not liking any of those. No show. Well,
but you know, it sounds like the exploit isn't arbitrary code execution. Right? So we know
I think it was just arbitrary file upload.
Yeah. So okay. I hate to say this, but let's
No. Don't give up so quickly. So this is doing the same thing we're doing. I guess a good thing to do would be to look at our uploads side by side with this and just see the difference maybe. Because we're basically doing this, but it just wants us to paste this in there with a whole bunch of extra shit for no reason. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe it's like a... Yeah, it looks like it's... Well, yeah, so the cookie is... like they're using semicolon delimiting in the cookie, I think. So I don't know if that's causing like an overflow of some kind or what. I have no idea. That sucks because they didn't really give you much here. I guess they have like the link to the software, but that's not going to tell us anything. Normally, on good exploits anyway, they have some notes and usage information.
how's your bird going?
I think it's done. It's all the way done.
Anything come back from that?
I don't think so. We can check quick. Whoops.
So I run it. I don't know if you do have Seclist. You have you got GoBuster.
Yeah.
Just for shits and grins, maybe try running GoBuster. Go under Discovery, maybe use a different list.
I mean, what are we gonna find though? Like, I feel like we've already found everything. So I already went through this stuff. All of this is like not accessible.
Yeah, we're stuck on the login page. Right?
Stuck where?
What page is that? That green and white page? Is that the admin page? Or?
It was, the directory was called Project, I think. Project or Projects.
To that page, the projects page, where you could upload. Okay.
Yeah.
Look around there for a little bit. What's in that? What is inside of there?
got documentation. We got a link to this dude who made it. We got version.
Is there an admin page, perhaps?
I don't see one. No.
Browse, upload, so project index.php. So,
I'm surprised PHP 7 didn't work.
Do you know
what
the backend is? Do you know the backend is is it a Ubuntu server?
I think it's Debian.
It's a Debian server backend?
I think so. From everything I've seen so far, it looks like Debian.
Ooh, try WhatWeb. Can you WhatWeb the IP address?
Yeah, that's part of this, I think. WhatWeb is like, we'll get to it here. So right now I'm just going through every piece of scan info. I could probably just navigate to it quicker. So that's the one that we're on here. Where the hell is that? Did I close it? Oh my gosh, I closed it. Why did I do that? Project index port 54787. 54787. So there's a WhatWeb down there. It's got PHP running, version 7.314.
Debian, like you said, it's powered by string. PHP, what is it, 7.3.14? Okay,
Yep.
so we know it's a PHP 7.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we already tried that extension.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah, so, okay. That's it. It's like 200. HTML, text. Okay. Let me... Don't mind me. I'm just gonna go off onto the old OSINT tool. We call Google.
Yeah, the old Google.
The old... You know what's funny is like, you know, I've been listening to a lot of podcasts like OSINT and all these special tools. But it's like, you know, on a job resume, like, do you have any experience with OSINT? Like, yes, I'm an OSINT master.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've been using Google my whole life.
My whole life, exactly. Yeah.
I'm the OSINT master.
Yeah.
What's crazy is because, like, back when I was in school, you had to learn encyclopedias and shit, how to look crap up. And now, I got my kids yell at the Alexa all the time, like, Alexa, what is this?
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm gonna look up PHP arbitrary file upload. Unrestricted file upload PHP.
Oh, you can. Oh my gosh, you can rename files after they're uploaded. Is it gonna let me rename it to just straight up PHP? Because that would be awesome. Was not renamed. Type not allowed. Okay, doesn't like that. Delete.
Here we go. Are we looking at let's see, PHP arbitrary file location upload vulnerability attack, CVE. Just creating a new word list there.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if any of these work. That was just a bunch of dots. And then we'll try PHP, 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 PHP. See if any of that works. So now we need to put .php here, and then, I don't know, add a dot for a position. Payloads. Remove.
Hey, go back to the web page, the index.php.
Okay, let me run this quick. Alright, back to index.php.
So, new project.php. I'm still thinking, I'm still thinking we should try something with LFI. There's gotta be proper index, maybe LFI2. I would go.
Look at that. That's exactly what we need. But it's not it's not doing it right. What the hell? Well, I didn't get a shell. Nothing. I suppose I have to open those all though. Yeah, those all worked. It doesn't actually render the PHP though. It's like it's not sending it to the interpreter. Because it has this extra characters, it's not recognizing it as a PHP file. Well, how did they rename it in the exploit if we're not able to rename it here? Because that's what the exploit is it uploads it as some other extension. It uploads a zip file.
Which it says it accepts. It accepts zip files.
Yep. And then after uploading the zip file, we unzip it using this payload. And then this is how you access it. So it's more of like the get parameter, and then that would be where you type in your command. I feel like this is right and we have to get this to work. It's even verified, like this should work. I think it's just a matter of like typing it in right. Because then I don't know why, but this must just be what the shell looks like zipped up. If you were to try to print it, it's not human readable, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm going to try this again. This seems like it should work. Oh my goodness, what's going on there? I'm getting kind of tired.
Yeah. Are you, what time zone are you in?
It's like almost 1 in the morning. Well, not quite. It's like just after 12.
Yeah, okay. I'm East Coast as well.
Okay.
Well, I am right now, anyways. So.
Are you like traveling for work or something?
Yeah. I spend most of my time on the road for work.
What do you do?
I'm a field service engineer for a defense contracting firm.
Cool.
I travel around, do all sorts of weird stuff.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, a lot of time on the road, man. I'm ready to. But you know, as much as people say, like I kind of do want to work from home with like minimal.
With minimal what?
Minimal travel.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't mind traveling. Right now, to be honest, I'm on the road like 85% of the year.
Jeez.
So it's a lot.
Yeah, and you got kids too, you said, so that's gotta suck.
Oh yeah. I mean, full-time job, travel, work, school, family. It is tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. But actually, honestly, being on the road is much easier for me to take advantage of the time away and study and do this kind of stuff. So.
Sure.
And it's like, as much as it sucks, like I'm on final group right now. I'm like, if I was home, there's no way that I would get like 7 hours. Right? So.
Right.
Fortunately, I'm at a hotel and I've got nothing else to do. So I've been holed up in the room all day writing papers and started messing around and this stuff. So.
Nice. Yeah, it's always fun to have some time to dedicate to like just hacking around.
Yeah, I try to do at least so like something.
Yeah.
They say it takes 10,000 hours to do something.
Right.
So you don't have to. I mean, that takes a long time. That's 10 years. 10,000 hours is 10 years, and that's spending 3 to 4 hours every day.
Right.
So if you do something like for an hour a day, an hour or 2, sometimes 3. And look at this for what, 2-3 hours now.
Yeah. Yep.
So there you go. And, in 10 years time, you will truly master it. So it's just getting in and doing it.
Sure.
I fall off sometimes for 2 or 3 days and I freak out. Oh man, I'm falling behind.
Yeah, that happens to me too. That's actually, I'm coming back from that, so normally I'll hop on and watch Tyler's stream and follow along. So with the 3 or 4 Active Directory rooms that we did before the last couple, I was there doing them alongside him, and the last 2 though, I just like fell asleep at 8 o'clock and didn't even make it to the stream. I just slept through it and catching up on sleep.
I was just watching those on YouTube.
Nice.
That was awesome. Like it was actually truly helpful to have this kind of
Yeah, definitely.
Because there was like little snags I'd run into it. I'm like, fuck, when Tyler would run into the exact same snag, he'd be like, oh,
yeah.
I'm gonna do this. So.
Yeah, he's a really good teacher too. He's really good at public speaking and teaching and stuff, so I always like watching that and try to take notes and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to get these to match as close as I can to see if maybe it's just some of the headers that are getting... So this is really fucking long. And the PHP session ID is right here at the end. I missed an I. Connection close. So for the most part, these look good. It matches up pretty good. And I'm not supposed to change anything else. I think it's all supposed to just be right, copy paste from the exploit. So we'll try it. 302. It says that it worked. Location is tester. Should try to go to that once. Because the next step in the exploit is to unzip it. So I imagine we'll have to unzip this.
What ports? What type? I'm sorry, I didn't see what in-map scan you ran. Were you able to get like a full port scan on that? Just curious.
Yeah.
Was it like a full on? Did you do the dash P dash?
Oh, I did auto recon, and auto recon does like a full script scan of everything.
Can you do me? You know, I'm sorry, I never got my beam pulled out. But can you throw another in-map at that?
Yeah, just like a full version scan or what?
Yeah, exactly. Do it
right.
in-map. Must be. Actually, make sure you run a tap P tap. Oh yeah, you can do it before or after done that.
There, we'll let that run for you.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Sometimes
Yeah, we'll see what comes back.
Sometimes I even try to run a UDP scan. You never know.
There were a couple UDP ports open.
Were there?
Yeah, I didn't look too closely at it. I probably should though. That always bites me in the ass.
Yeah, I'm just trying to backstep through it because sometimes you get
it's all good.
Caught up, bang your head against the wall for something. You're like, you know what? It was something so simple.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think that too.
137. I don't know what that is. SMB map. Oh, 137 is SMB. No, it's not SMB, is it?
Port 137?
Yeah, UDP 137.
Says it's net BIOS.
Okay. Well, it didn't really find anything anyway.
BIOS dash.
Oh, yep, net BIOS. Just work group. Nothing too cool in here.
That's your, that was the map that came back?
That was the UDP, what auto recon found for UDP. DNS-based service discovery. Yeah, I don't see anything in there. To be honest, I think this is like, I don't know, this seems right. I just have to get it to work, I guess. Because this isn't like a hard box. It's like a easy to medium. Yeah, so it should just be pretty straightforward. Like, it shouldn't be something too crazy.
Then I would be looking in the local, or I would either be looking at LFI, or be looking for like a rev shell upload through that upload file. That seems the most logical to me.
Right. Yeah, and then to find something on EDB like this where it's exact service name, service version, just arbitrary file upload, like, I think I just have to figure out how this is supposed to work.
There's gotta be a way for that to run. I'm just trying to think. And you did an exploit DB on or search exploit on all the services and all ports.
Yeah, for the most part, I went through each one. Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of why I wanted to go back to in-maps. I kind of wanted to go back and do a search split.
Oh, gotcha.
Services and ports.
I mean, it says it is going. And then to access the shell, we go here. Folders. Is that a thing? Folders? What?
Try it. Yeah, that's one of those things you find, like a dir buster or go buster. You find directories there. So project folders. Oh, what's that?
Why does it want me to log in again? I broke my session. What the heck is going on? Is it a separate... it's not a separate thing. It's just a directory on the main thing, isn't it? Folders, tester.
Port 5477.
Yep. Command shell.php. Not found. Oh man. I've been at this for like an hour. I think I'm just gonna look at a walkthrough.
You know what? Honestly, it doesn't hurt.
Right.
You know,
At least
it's one of those things like, hey, we're learning here.
Right, at least figure out if I'm like in a rabbit hole or if I'm
right track.
yeah, exactly.
I agree. That's again why sometimes I love to just totally go back to the beginning. I'm like, all right, screw it, let's run another in map, let's start again.
Sure.
You know, run all your your initial enumeration tools.
Let's see what this guy did. So he's finding the same stuff. Checked for LFI via curl.
What's that book list? Hold on. You said LFI.
Whoa, he found LFI already.
Look at that.
I didn't try that at all. Shit. Son of a bitch. Alright, well, that's good to know. What did he find next?
I thought to try the Etsy port, but I think you were on just a different port.
Yeah, I was definitely on a different port. 8593 was one of the other web services. And it had... yeah. What was it? 8593?
See if that in map pulled up, I'll tell you.
That's a good point, yeah. 8593. Yeah, it was right here. So, look at that. I tried like a SQL injection, but I didn't think to try LFI. Yeah.
There we go. Etsy password that's
My God, how did I miss that?
Whoa.
Fuck. I don't think we got anything out of this though, did we?
You know what's funny though is we tried that on the last, just a different port.
Right.
We were on the wrong port.
So we have a user now. User is Miguel.
Alright. Password. See anything in there?
There's no like password hashes. I wonder if we could pull up Shadow though. Possibly. No, can't do Shadow. Well, I mean, now we know this, so what else can we read? I don't don't think there's anything else worth reading.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Like, if it's not Etsy password. I'm sure there's other stuff.
Yeah, we could do like release maybe. See which version it's on.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Debian 10.
Debian 10. Buster.
It's probably like fully patched and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty new.
I'm gonna go back to the walkthrough. See what's going on here.
Yeah. Let's work over through this. What is he saying?
Local file inclusion access log. Yo, what the hell is this guy doing? Why is this guy just know exactly what to do right away?
Because he watched another walkthrough.
Probably. So he's using the access log to get a reverse shell. Oh my gosh. So he's using log poisoning and LFI to get a shell. We can do that. I don't even need to read the rest of it. I have that in my notes even, I think.
Do you usually work through VulnHub? Is that like one of your common platforms you use for CTF?
Not really. So I usually... Jesus, I can't even talk right now. I'm so tired. I usually work through... when I started, I was going after Hack the Box. And I joined Hack the Box back when they had like hack your way in, so you couldn't just make an account, you had to hack the invite code.
Oh, wow.
And I spent like 3 weeks on that, and then I finally got it, and I couldn't do anything on there because I wasn't good enough at like network pen testing. So I get an invite, get on there, make my account, super pumped, and couldn't do shit. So that was way back. That had to have been 3-4 years ago at least. But I tried to Hack the Box a little bit, and then I stepped away from hacking for a while. Went to school and just did a little bit of school on the side. Then my buddy hit me up, Tyler, the other guy on the stream. He hit me up and says like, "Oh, I have my bachelor's in cyber," and which just blew me away because he went to school for a long time for theology. So he just switched one day and was like, "Yeah, I'm doing cyber now," and he got a bachelor's. And I'm like, dude, that's super awesome, because we've been friends since like middle school, high school. We were always hacking around on computers. So it's really cool to like hype each other up again and like try to learn this shit. So he got me on Try Hack Me. What's that?
I was gonna say, that's super cool about networking too. Like, it's cool that you guys are throwing together. I'm not sure. Are you one of the main moderators? Like, you pretty much put this together, or this Discord, or?
Yeah, kinda. So it's kind of confusing how it all happened. So it's about a year ago. Tyler and I were talking about wanting to study more and just kind of having like an accountability type thing. So we started meeting every Monday night and just talking. Most meetings, it was just like me and him and his brother, and then a couple other guys. We would meet on Zoom or Facebook chat, and we meet once a week, say like, "Hey, here's the goals for this week. Here's what I'm working on." And then next week we'll say, "Hey, I met my goals," or "I blew it off and didn't get anything done." And we were just consistently meeting once a week, and that's how this all started. And then somehow on LinkedIn, Jack, who is the owner of the Discord, and Tyler got hooked up on LinkedIn somehow. So Jack started coming to the meetings, and he's saying, "Hey, I got this Discord. If you guys want, we can kind of make that our platform." So we moved the meetings over to Discord, and now every Monday we meet here. Have you been to one of those meetings?
No, I just joined the server tonight.
Oh, okay.
I look forward to hopping on those Monday meetings. That's awesome, man. And
Yeah.
That was the point. It's like, that's awesome that you guys have come together and made a group of people like-minded, that are interested in offensive cybersecurity and this type of stuff to network and really chat and learn and grow together. Because if you think about it, we are the future of the industry, right? We're going to be entering the industry and hopefully making a dent in it in the coming years, decades to come. So
right.
That's cool. Super cool.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm in it for selfish reasons. Like, it's literally just accountability for me. I wouldn't be able to study without this. You said something earlier about like you'd work hard for a little while and fall off, and that was consistently happening to me. So being able to meet once a week with everybody and go over goals, and then streaming has brought it to another level. Like I was getting into a habit of pulling up like YouTube and just watching funny videos on YouTube, or like Netflix, or pull up The Simpsons or something and just get lost. So
I'm so in that exact state right now.
are you?
Yeah. No, seriously, like I'm bouncing back and forth between school, right? So it's like, all right, I gotta write a 10-page paper on, fucking something, and then it's like, all right, then I gotta learn what actually is relevant, which is this, to me, anyways. It's like, yeah, school is just, honestly, it's a fucking scratch and sniff sticker that said, like, I think, who said that? John Hammond. I was watching one of his things. It's like, he says that all the time. It's like, it's just a fucking scratch and sniff sticker that says you suckers for 4 years.
Right.
And then, and it doesn't even matter. Like, even if you've been in the industry for years, right? You go to a new company, you get a new job as like a junior pen tester. You still have to learn all the tools that they use. So, like, say you
right.
work with Cobalt Strike. So it's like, all right, well, now I got to learn Cobalt Strike. Now I gotta
right.
Whatever. So, like, I feel like you never stop learning.
Exactly.
But building this foundation, and just learning everything together with other like-minded individuals is super important. So,
yeah, I think it's really helpful too to have like this right now, this interaction. Because honestly, I would have sat and played with that file upload forever, and I didn't even think, like, you kept saying like back up, look for LFI, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's this, but this seems like it's just a rabbit hole. Although I did see on Twitch Amoeba Man, who's like one of the admins for Try Hack Me, he made like some of those Active Directory rooms. He commented on Twitch and said try to do these steps from the exploit, like the different steps here. He's like, try to do those manually, and I didn't even think of that. So I would just take the command shell, the PHP command shell, and zip it up, and then upload it, and that might work. I don't know though. It's hard to say unless we try it.
And that was coming from a Try Hack Me chat?
No, it's coming from Twitch. So Amoeba Man is this guy who, he's really, really smart. And he does I think he does pen testing as a job. And he was on one of Tyler's streams. Tyler was doing the Hadoop room in Try Hack Me, and I think Amoeba Man made that Hadoop room too. I could be wrong, but I think that was one of his. So he's kind of been hanging out too and like giving us advice as we go. It's been really nice.
That's super cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off earlier. You were saying how you guys started getting into Try Hack Me from there. So you we went from Hack the Box, where kind of like the same thing I did is I don't know. Hack the Box is more like, hey, here's a room, figure it out, good luck. Okay.
Right.
But you get on a Try Hack Me, and even OffSec website, they've got the whatever their labs are. I forget what their labs are. Something or other. I forget what the OffSec. The OffSec, they've got their own rooms. But yeah, like some of them are more walkthrough based, and some are really just like, here's a room, go at it.
The OffSec rooms?
Yeah, OffSec security. They've got Proving Grounds. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm working through right now.
Yeah, the Proving Grounds, and that's what you're going to work through for your OSCP. So those are actually more, like realistic what you're going to try for your OSCP. So those are good to learn. But those OffSec rooms I jumped into some of those, and those were really like, hey, here's a room, figure it out. Like,
yeah,
like where do you learn this shit? If you have no idea what you're coming at or what you're looking at, like, it's hard.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so Try Hack Me is really nice to at least get kind of, I guess, bootstrapped, for lack of better words, and just kind of learn what you're doing.
Exactly. And I did try the Box Academy. I did the student discount and all that shit, and it was mostly like it was like reading. It was just like, here's a whole book on how to do this, and I was like,
Oh,
man,
really?
yeah, it wasn't as interactive as I wanted it to be. So I was like, I gotta try it. And this kid I'm going to school with now, actually, me and him have been on. We've got our own Discord kind of server for the class, and we've been working through boxes and stuff. He turned
Hmm.
me on to Hackbox and was like, yo, dude, you should really check this out and get the subscription. And I did. And I was like, man, I've been working through that Windows, the ones you guys went through, we were talking
Oh,
about.
yeah. Yep.
And it was so nice to have that walkthrough and then have, listening to Tyler's walkthrough in the background at the same time. It was like, man, I can actually learn this way rather than just being thrown something like figured out.
Yeah, it's really nice to have kind of like the walkthrough, like tasks where you're going along. I feel like after you describe Hack the Box Academy like that, I feel like I had like a free trial to that or something. And yeah, it was just a wall of text and there was no interaction. It was just reading. But who knows? That could have been. It could be different now. I don't know. I've heard some people really like Hack the Box Academy, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, it was for me at the time when I did it. It was just too tedious. Like you said, you just look
Sure.
at the wall of text and you're like, fuck, dude. Like I'm just trying to have a beer and hack something.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to study. Like,
Right. Exactly.
I mean, yes, technically I should be wanting to study, but at the same time, this is just fun. It's fun to do. Like you don't have to be totally in it, really. You can just be hanging out, messing around. Honestly, that's what I like to do in my free time. Sometimes I'll just instead of throwing on a Netflix video, I'll just pull the box and just very slowly, just kind of work through it.
Sure.
And if I don't get it, I don't get it. I don't care. But either way, I'm still applying skills. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
And it's just one of those things that just helps you learn.
I don't know how to fucking zip something in Linux. Create archive maybe. Gunzip.
Yeah.
This might work too.
I see a lot.
Why is it php.zip? We'll try that.
Are you doing that because it only accepts zip files?
I'm just trying to follow along with the exploit. So the exploit has a zip file getting uploaded, and then once you upload the zip file, you somehow unzip it, which I don't know how the hell we're gonna do that. I guess we might be able to just add this to the URL maybe, because it's a post, or we could just we could use like inspect and post that.
Go back up for a second. Let's look at. Okay, there you go. Post.zip file with command shell.
Yep. And so I've just made. So I'm trying to do this, but manually. So I've made the command shell in a zip file, and now I need to upload it.
Is there a way to clear those out? Delete them?
One by one. So I'm kind of just gonna leave them, I think. So there's my PHP zip web shell. So that worked. What? I should have read Amoeba Man's whole comment.
That's interesting that you uploaded it on one port and it's showing up on a different port.
No, it's the same one I uploaded it on.
Oh.
Yep. Using the GUI of the
you're looking at
website
for
to
the
upload it.
We got the Etsy password.
That was a different one.
That was a different port. We got the LFIM.
Right, exactly.
Was there anything else on there that we could have looked at through?
I'm not sure. So I'm going to try this one more time. I'm going to work through this and then we can move on to something different. But Amoeba Man made a good point. He said we can look at this and see what the differences are and figure out why the exploit's not working. But I was supposed to inspect this with burp. And I don't think I did. Does it capture traffic even if you're not using the proxy?
Yes, it does, absolutely. So
Nice.
you don't need to leave the what's it called? The intercept. You don't need to leave
Intercept.
The intercept on. You turn intercept off, things will work better for you.
Nice. So here is uploading. This is what it looked like when we uploaded the web shell. And the exploit looked like this. Is there a way I can just like full screen this request? I guess I could look at it in the repeater.
Yeah, I was going to say send it to repeater.
There you go. So project index, we have a port number. It didn't have, yeah, we don't have all this extra shit here. It still has the WebKit form boundary. Oh, this calls it WebKit form boundary. I don't know how that works, but it looks like it's just chopping the different sections of it or something. Octet stream. Max file size is the same.
Acceptable file type.
Where do you see that at?
Well, I'm curious. Is there an acceptable file type on there?
No, I didn't see one. So we're just uploading it. Oh, the only difference is this was putting it in a tester folder. That makes sense. So if this is from like a pen test, there was probably a folder called tester that they're uploading to. They didn't want to upload it to like the root directory. So then I should be able to just use this as, I don't know, post. So we'll just use everything that's up there minus that stuff. Send it. Oh, get rid of the tester directory though.
Yeah, that's going nowhere.
Try that. Nothing. This is so dumb. I'm about to just go back to the walkthrough. I'm getting too tired for this.
I'm actually reading through a walkthrough right now.
Are you?
Yeah, I am. So there was something we missed. If you want me to divulge my information, I will divulge it.
Divulge away.
Okay, so basically back to where we were, where we got the Etsy password. There are some log files that can be poisoned.
That's right. We were just reading about that before I read Amoeba Man's comment.
So you can poison some of those log files. But
Gotcha.
it's something you got to really look into. I honestly don't know how you would enumerate that to begin with. I mean, I see what the walkthrough's telling me, but I'm trying to think of a way you could enumerate that to find how they got to those log files, right? Because I think it's // whatever var log apache2 access.log.
Yeah, so you...
But how do you enumerate that, right? Like how did they find that? That's my question.
So I think, because I've had to do log poisoning before, I think it's just like one of the things you try. If you're trying to get from LFI, if you found LFI and you're trying to get RCE, one of the things you try is log poisoning, because you have control over the input of the browser. Like you can browse to different files through LFI, and if you can pull up a page that contains PHP code, that the PHP processor will run it. So if you can read log files, then you could potentially put something in log files. So a common one is like the one that this walkthrough is talking about, like the Apache access log. Another one is like auth log. So if you try to SSH in, yeah.
That's what this says. It's saying auth log and mail log.
Oh, auth log and mail log.
Yeah, that's what the walkthrough I'm looking at is saying. But see, to me though, if I was going to try that LFIs anywhere on the server, you would think you could upload a reverse shell, and that's what I would try. But
I just don't know how we would upload, because I don't think we have. I think that's where log poisoning comes in, is if you don't have access to upload.
Yeah, so try. Okay, so divulging here again. It says, I decided to see what logs I could access and tried a few. I tried auth log, mail log, but the only ones I could access were the Apache access and error logs. So
Access error logs?
Yeah, access error logs. Var log, Apache 2, access.log, and the Apache 2.error.log.
Oh, gotcha.
Let me PM it real quick.
Yeah, so I'm able to get those open, so I just need to poison them.
I just PM'd you.
Alright.
Walkthrough I'm looking at.
Oh, okay. I wonder if it's the same one I'm looking at. Thomas Williams. Oh, we got different ones.
And you know what's weird? I mean, it's not weird.
Same path.
It's pretty normal, but there's so many different ways to get to these walkthroughs that, like, honestly, there probably is a way to do an upload on a reverse shell. There's probably a way to do that.
Yeah.
But the way they're looking at the one this walkthrough, he's going through the error logs in Apache. So, I mean, just depending on how you want to do this, how you want to come at it.
Sure.
Everybody's got their tactics, and there's several, which is the fun thing.
I'm gonna try. God damn it. I'm gonna try this one here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, that's what I was doing with my notes. I was like, why the hell do I have my notes pulled open? I was looking for the log poisoning. There's a payload that I like to use for log poisoning because it's like one line.
So I'm not familiar with that. What is log poisoning? Like, what does poisoning the logs do? I mean, I understand what it is, but like, why would you do that? How does it benefit you?
It's how you can get a reverse shell.
Through log poisoning?
Yep. So, yeah. So here's some notes that I have for file inclusion. So if you're able to identify file inclusion, like local file inclusion, this is like an example of some PHP source code that would get you file inclusion, because it's just feeding the file directly to the include function instead of sanitizing it. So the page that we're on is probably something like this, where they're just using include and then the string that we enter in without any sanitization. So one of the things you can try, if you can't upload a shell, so we can't upload a PHP file, we can just inject some PHP into a log file, which would mean that the log is poisoned. If we're able to render the log page on the browser, once we put the PHP code in there, it will like send it to the PHP processor, and then we get a shell. So I'm gonna send this.
Instead of uploading the file, you're basically just going into the server itself and modifying what's already in there.
Well, yeah. So we're doing. Okay, I guess another thing that's important to know is, where the hell is that? It's right here. Okay, so the access log, Apache 2 access log, the logs in, I guess, each line in Apache access log is going to be like a request that we've made to the Apache web server. So if we use netcat to make like an invalid request, but the invalid request is just some PHP code, then when we reload, we'll get a reverse shell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's give that a try.
Let's try it out. 8593.
So it looks like the logs, though, just going through the logs, you could probably find some extensions and directories that you may not have found through your initial enumeration. Right?
That's possible. I'm not sure if the logs were clean though. Sometimes the logs are completely clean when you start. So, but yeah, if this were a production system, we'd be able to look through it and find all kinds of stuff.
Did you go all the way down to the bottom? There's a Pharaoh X bus. Did you see that? Yeah, I see. There's a bunch of Pharaoh X bus. Were you running Pharaoh X bus around?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
So
it's like the user agent string. Yeah.
Yeah, I see a bunch of Pharaoh X bus. What? Who's running that?
That was me.
Okay, right, that makes sense. Good job. I was like, what the heck? Why is that logs?
Oh, so this is not a reverse shell. This is going to be like a web command shell. So I need to give it the CMD parameter, I think, when I go to it.
Ooh, okay. I've done a few of those where you access a shell directly from the web page.
Yeah, it's kind of a son of a bitch. It's kind of like that. Here we go. Don't allow it to give me any more notifications. Probably shouldn't have put so much. You said the error log loaded too?
The what?
The error log? Apache error log?
Yeah, so it says, let's see, the only ones he was able to access were the access and error. Yeah, so try error.log.
This is just not loading anymore.
So yeah, it looks like error log is what he used to get that.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, good chance we used to get it. It says it took ages for the page to load, so don't feel alone.
Okay, yeah, it definitely is taking ages for it to load. Oh my god, the pop-ups again. I guess this is a situation where it might have been nice to find this before doing all the scan, because all these log entries wouldn't be here.
Yeah, it would be a clean slate.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
That's the error log.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At least it's trying to. I think it's still stuck on the opening the other one.
Wow,
There's
I just read the rest
full
of
end
this
map.
walk.
Oh yeah? Don't give away the privilege escalation. That's going to be the surprise part.
I'm not. I'm just reading through where we're at right now, and it's interesting. For sure.
What just happened? It didn't work.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy priv-esque. Like that's what
Yeah.
it is. I'm not quite to the point where I'm very knowledgeable on Prevest. I've done a few, but man, I will tell you, I have seen some crazy ones in my time, like from using just all sorts of weird stuff you would never think. I think one was even in-map. Like I think I had in-map as a. I got Prevest through in-map somehow.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, how the hell?
Yeah, that's weird.
There's a way to do like some type of in-map where it's whatever mode. It was crazy. It was weird. I've seen some very weird Prevest.
Look at the act parameter. I'm pretty sure that's like the form action. Oh. So on the login forms, you have to submit actions. So just make a post and modify the post parameters. Leave the rest as is, I think. That could be. It'd be nice if this page would load.
Hey, you know what you can try and do is pull those open in burp stream.
These?
Yes, open those up in burp stream. So that LFI, use that LFI and see if you can get it to pull up in burp and see what you get from that. From pulling open those log files. Just go to your proxy, turn your intercept off. Yeah, okay. So now just open up your Chromium or whatever is open for that. And just enter that. Yeah, try that LFI.
Oh, gotcha.
So, see what the burp pulled up here. See what that looks like. Looks like there's some parameters.
This message is too large to display.
Render it. Just render it.
Isn't that going to do the same thing as looking at it in the browser?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just same thing in the browser. So I would monkey around with this. So looks like you got parameters. Is there any way you could inject anything into this? So this is how you could poison it, right? Essentially.
So I've already poisoned the log, I think. At least I tried to. Maybe I didn't do it right. That would make sense why it's not working if I did it wrong. So this is the string that we want to send to it. I didn't use the NV switch. Maybe I should do that. The hell was the port number for this? 8593.
I am hopping off for a quick minute.
All right. Yep. Oh my gosh. I think I'm gonna restart the VM.
checked YouTube yet?
YouTube.
YouTube.
No, so I rebuilt the VM quick. I'm gonna see if I can't get the log poisoning to work. Maybe if it doesn't have all my Ferrobuster in it, it will actually load the page. So if you want to follow along, now's a good time. I just rebuilt the VM.
Yeah. Okay. So I was having networking issues. Like I don't know how to access. I don't know how to access this from my.
I'm not sure. You're in VMware, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it in VMware. Let's see.
Are all your VMs just bridged?
Yeah, they're all bridged to like my actual Ethernet adapter, so everything is going to my router for DHCP, and everything's just on a flat network. But
It should be the same for me then.
well, you're in
I just-
VMware, and they have
Yeah.
different network settings in VMware. I'm not sure. You might have to do something funky with your adapters in Windows. I have like a shit ton of adapters to get the different hypervisors to talk to each other.
See, and I only have two.
Yeah, you might have to do some Googling on that, because I honestly set them up so long ago, I don't remember how I did it.
Yeah, that's kind of why I went offline for a little bit to try to figure it out. But this whole VulnHub is going to have to be like a whole project for me. To
Yeah.
dig into,
Yeah, for sure. Because, yeah, these are the boxes that I'm working through on VulnHub right now. Those are the Proving Ground boxes from OffSec.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they just ripped them off of VulnHub, which I don't know if they made them and uploaded them on VulnHub and then just also included them in Proving Grounds, but...
Well, now that you say that, I could just go to Proving Grounds to get this thing, couldn't I?
Yeah, you could, yeah. If you have access to Proving Grounds, go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Well,
Yeah, just use that. Yeah.
I didn't even think of that.
Yep.
I didn't know that did this.
Yep, you could do that.
Interesting. Alright, we'll try that.
Of course, it got a different IP. Wonderful. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh, that's so much nicer. There's only like 100 lines now.
As opposed to what, like
A billion? I don't know.
Yeah.
I saw something on, gosh, when I open up Firefox, it has like recommended articles and stuff. And one of them was saying that like vacations to the International Space Station, I can't remember if it was that or what was it, like commercialized space flight or something like that. It costs like $450,000 a ticket. Like what?
Just to go into space.
Yeah, like who? I guess if you're super rich, but I would like to go to space. I can't pay that much.
Yeah, like 400,000. I think it was what was that dude? The Virgin Mobile guy. He did I think he did one of the space travels. And it's like $500,000.
Jesus, that's nuts.
It's not even really going to space. You're just going into orbit. if you will.
Right? Yeah. That would be exhilarating, though. Could you imagine?
No. Did you see that new Top Gun movie?
No, I haven't yet. My wife and I were actually talking about going to it tonight. We didn't have kids. They're at Grandma's house tonight, but
Nice. Okay.
we didn't go to it. We're boring and stayed home.
Yeah. Well, there's this scene in there where he's in like supersonic or hypersonic aircraft, and I was like, dude, that'd be crazy. It was like had to hit Mach 10 or some shit like that.
Wow.
Yeah. I could imagine going that fast in an airplane. Dude, I think I broke my VMs when I was messing with that.
Oh man,
My,
that sucks.
My Kali is not working right now. I'm wondering if it was because I messed with those settings. I must mess with it.
This is still not working for me. Was it called Solstice? Solstice. VulnHub walkthrough. I'm gonna have to go back to the walkthrough. I can't get it to work. PHP system get command. You just did curl. Create reverse shell via PHP from access log. Oh wow, okay. He went straight for the reverse shell.
Fixed it. Let's see. Shit.
I'm using a different payload. I wonder if I use the same one as him, if it would work. Can't copy that, of course. Gonna have to write it manually. He didn't have to specify port number at all? Oh, I see. Okay. So he's making the request to port 80? The poison request is going to port 80. That's why I'm failing. Because I'm sending my poison request to 8593. It should go to port 80.
Okay, yeah, I think I saw something like that.
There we go. Now we got a response. It says 400 bad request. Wait.
It says to utilize the default 80.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing.
Oh. Well, I don't think 8080 was open. Still trying to brute force the old VM. Goodness. Can't wait to get done with this. I'm gonna like clock out as soon as that happens. This is getting ridiculous.
Happens, man. It happens.
Oh, it's so bad.
You know, take a step back and come back.
Yeah. I haven't used a payload like this before. I mean, it's basically the same. It's just slightly different. And I haven't done it through curl either, so that'll be cool. There we go. It's poisoned. So now I should be able to do a who am I now? Maybe. Yeah, there we go. So the who am I worked. So now I can use... Oh, I'll see if I can figure this one out myself instead of going straight to the walkthrough. I'm pretty sure he used netcat. And then you'd have to do... Shit. How do you do that? My brain can't think right now. Let's use reverse shell. Online generator. And then...
Just LFI to it. Just LFI to it.
Yeah. So we have to... So... With log poisoning, we have basically like a spot where we can inject commands now.
Right.
So I was able to do who am I And now I can inject like a reverse shell command and then catch it, and then I'll have a shell. So I think we'd want to use like a netcat command maybe. And then I need to make sure the listener's running. And we'll put that there, maybe. Hey, look at that.
Catch a shell?
I think so. Yep, sure do.
Nice. Okay.
There we go. All right. Oh.
We're in.
Yep. Now the easy part. The easy part, right? Privilege escalation.
Watch it be some weird shit like. I've had.
Oh, I can't even get user file right now. Shit. Man, I can't even think right now. I'm just gonna straight up go for linpeas.
Yes, actually, that's a great idea. Seriously, awesome idea. I love linpeas. Or there's another one I use. It's like lin enum or something like that.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, dude, those are awesome because it literally tells you everything you need to look at for that machine.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, sometimes I'll do a little bit of manual enumeration, but I can't think right now, so I'm just gonna go for it.
Oh yeah, dude, linpeas that shit. Don't you have to host a server though? You gotta host your...
Yeah, I got that going on the right side.
So I was never sure if you have to be in the file directory that you start the server from or not, but I usually do that as...
Yeah, you definitely do, because it's gonna host whatever directory you're in, at least for the Python server.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I never was for sure, but I had some errors in the past, and I just started going to the and then starting the server within that.
There we go.
Boom. Run that shit. Change movement. Trip 7.
No, I don't. I'm not old school like that. No, I'm just kidding. I usually just run it through Bash, and then I'll tee it to a file. You can do that. Definitely could do that.
And then just run it. So show me what you're doing. What are you doing?
Oh, it's already gone. Here, I'll show you in a different screen.
I didn't see how you did it.
So I'm doing. Let's see. You could do like, echo, hello, yeah, hello world to test.sh. So we have test.sh, right? And it doesn't have execute permissions. Well, I lost a headphone there. It doesn't have execute permissions, but you could still run it. You just have to specify which binary you want to use to run it. So you say bin bash test.sh and it'll run it with bash. Yo, check it out. Hey, there it is.
Interesting. Oh,
You can write SUID files. Yeah, so this is linpeas. Found some shit for me.
Nice. Okay. That's interesting though. I've never seen anybody do it that way. I've always just seen, change mod +7 or plus trip 7 or plus X.
Yeah, yep, and you can do it that way too. And Python files are the same way. You can like change mod +X or 777s, and then you could run it like myscript.py, right? But it has to have execute bit set. Otherwise, you could do Python. If it doesn't have execute set, you could do Python and then the myscript.py. Yeah, it just has to know what binary to run it with if you want to do that.
So what did you get back on your linpeas? What do we have? What do you got?
I think the most interesting thing, right? So with the color coding, the thing that jumped out the most was that set your own SUID or something. Like I'm able to write.
Oh, okay. You can write S.
Oh, they're
Set
Apache
your
stuff.
So we were just in access log, aren't we?
Right, that's exactly what I was working on.
Yeah, same place. Okay.
That's weird though.
Interesting. So how do you inject that into the log? That's my question. I thought you already injected the reverse shell into the log, did you not?
Yeah. So I got shell through the log. But now, so none of these are actually the access log. It's an access log zipped. But it says I can write to an SUID file. This might not actually be a finding. I've never seen this before. Because none of these are binary files, so I don't know how... I don't even know why they showed up here, to be honest. Because they have the SUID bit set? Why do they have SUID bit set on var log? SUID...
I honestly think that's the vulnerability. Like, that is the gemstone that we were looking for.
You think so?
Yeah, like that is the main vulnerability, is that there's the log files are able to be taken. Because everything up until this point has just been like pretty much in motion. So this is we're working on catching a shell. Pretty fast.
Yeah, so yeah, we got the shell, and we're just like a shitty user right now. I'm really confused though, because usually with that SUID, usually it's a binary, like sudo or su. The fact that it's log files really, it's confusing, because I don't think you can execute a log file, can you?
Let me do some OSENT real quick.
There you go.
So executing log, okay, no, log file poisoning. To execute.
It definitely has SUID bit set. That's super weird. I've never seen that.
Okay.
It's SUID files.
Log
Well, we're already past that. We've already done that.
We're working on Privesc.
Yeah, Privesc with SUID bit set on log files.
SUID. Oh, set SUID. Ooh, here we go. On Nmap. Funny enough.
No way.
Yeah, swear to God. Okay, Linux privilege escalation with set UID and Nmap. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna link you to this.
That wasn't one of the binaries, though, I don't think.
Okay, I'm going to...
Maybe it was. Let's look.
That's super interesting. I'm gonna PM this to you real quick.
Oh. I can't read anything in Miguel's directory, though. Got some capabilities. Ping has capabilities. I wonder if I can use that.
I am so new to Discord. I am still trying to figure out how to get back to our PM.
I remember those days. I'm pretty new to Discord, too.
How do we get to where we were chatting?
There, I sent you a message. Maybe that'll help.
Ah, here we go. Alright. check that out. That's interesting. Linux PrivX through setuid and nmap. So actually, here's a good thing. See if you can run nmap on your non-privileged user. See if nmap exists.
Well, so this isn't applicable. So this is saying that nmap has the SUID bit set. So when you look at the LSALT of nmap, it would have read write and then this S here. So if we do, we can test for that real quick.
You know what? Just go back to your non-privileged user and see if you can run nmap. See if nmap exists.
It doesn't even have nmap on there.
Okay, then nope, never mind. Not applicable.
Yeah, dang. That was a close one though.
Because I've had that. That's one of those weird ones I was talking about.
Sure. Yeah.
And I was like, who the hell would have thought to use nmap
Right.
to PrivX? Like, who does that?
Right. Well, and I'm sure if you have the SUID bit set on it, like if you go on GTFO bins, nmap is probably one of the things. Yeah, if you have SUID set, then you can run probably just this, and then you're able to, well, write to a file. So you could probably create like some user in the Etsy Shadow, I think. You could just inject a user or Etsy password, and you could just stick the password hash in there. I've had to do that on gosh, I'm so tired right now, I can't think. I was playing King of the Hill one time, and that was how I got in, was by like injecting a user, because you get arbitrary file right to whatever you want, but then how do you turn that into root access? So you just create a root user.
So I haven't done it that way. The way I remember using nmap, we exploited nmap by creating like almost like its own instance, I guess you could say. So like as a non-root user, you created nmap in its own special instance, I guess, or process. You could run a shell, or at least I guess we created, you created a shell through root. It was weird. It was weird how it worked.
Oh wow, yeah, that's interesting.
I forget what box that was. I actually just did that like a week ago. I want to say it was on TryHack.
Oh really?
I'm trying to remember what box.
Yeah, if you find it, definitely link me to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh. Well, do we have any log files in here? No. I think that might be a rabbit hole. I'm not sure though. Let's go back into this. Yeah, I think so.
Go back to your trusty walkthrough. Let's see, PHP service on server.
Change this PHP source code. Oh, because the web server is running.
You know what? I think you might have to go back and revert and shit.
I don't know. Maybe.
Go back to the walkthrough I sent you. Did you have that open?
I can. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay, got that open. So go down. The guy, he said that he went back into Burp Suite, I think, after he accessed the log files. Yeah, we're way past that.
The fuck is OTT? MSF console.
Okay, never mind. Use MSF. Oh no, there it is. There's the request change. So when Burp Suite opens navigate, it says intercept on. So you gotta turn intercept on, and then you gotta, I guess, navigate to the log page.
What? Wait, we're past this, so this is like what we've done already. Oh, he just used web delivery to catch the shell, maybe? Yeah, so here's where we are.
Oh, he just got a shell a different way.
Yeah, he just used a different way to get the shell.
Okay, so now... Oh, you know what? Well, can you import any... Now that you... shit.
So it looks like we're looking for
root
root process. Ooh, music. He's looking for root processes. So let's go along with that.
Go back to the lin peas real quick. Go back to lin peas and see what you see.
Well, let's just do like the enumeration like he did. So he's looking for root processes, and Apache is running as root. PHP is running as root. FTP is running as root. What?
TP. Huh. That looks interesting.
Some crons running as root. And that's the same thing this guy did. He's looking for root processes.
So he's looking for PHC service on server.
Change index PHP source code to this, because then when we get the shell, we'll be running as root. What? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I guess it does make sense. So we got to change back to the home directory, which what? What the hell's the home directory?
CD your way back. So CD dot.
Well, that would bring me back to root, I think. Let's start over. So we need to modify index PHP to contain this. Well, that killed my shell real quick. I don't know if it worked. But then this page should... Oh, Nikes. I didn't update the IP or the port. Damn it. Hopefully that didn't work, because otherwise I have to rebuild. Okay, cool, it didn't work. I suppose I probably can't just like open it with VI. No. Oh, I can, but it's probably not going to look very good. No. How in the hell would I do that? I suppose I could just SCP it over.
Is there a PHP server?
Yeah, this is running PHP.
What port? 57?
It was on, I think it was running on port 80. I think it's running on all the web servers. So there's 3 different web servers, and I think it's running on all of them. Solstice. Okay. Then I'll have to pull it over here again. Sorry, I gotta pull the screen away so you don't see my password.
So I'm reading a different walkthrough. This one's kind of interesting as well.
Oh,
It's
yeah?
interesting. Yeah, it's weird how everybody has a different method of going about it. So this one actually has a pretty narrowed down process that's running. And you just echo something malicious to it.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. You should send me that one too.
Yeah. It's interesting because like all these different walkthroughs I've kind of just poked at, they all have different, similar but different methods about Privesk. Let me see if I gotta go back to, gotta figure out how to get to our pings again.
You're gonna get your Discord practice tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Ah, here we go. Oh, no, that's not it. Hey!
Yep.
Boom. So if you go down to Privesk, you will see he identified a process. Yeah, 413.
Okay.
And he basically just echoed something malicious in it. Like some type of PHP.
Oh, he's setting the suid bit. Okay, so he's doing the same thing that we're doing right now. So he found that
that root process?
Yep, he found that PHP was running as root, but instead of putting a reverse shell in there, he's adding, I'm not sure what OX, is that others? So he's allowing others to execute find, and then he's setting the suid bit on find. So he's making it so that he can run find himself, and then he would probably use like a GTF opens privilege escalation for find. Which is, I mean, it's the same concept, just a different payload. So he's going after the same. I'm not sure what this var TMP SV is, though.
So yeah, I mean, similar but different. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Very similar ways.
Yeah, that's really cool to see the different payloads that people throw at stuff.
Yeah.
I need to have it.
That's the most interesting. I've been thinking about this for. What if you just like? Okay, this sounds shitty of me, but like, what if you went to like a broker and bought a fucking exploit, and you were able to just like hop on HackerBox and just literally just did you bought it? Did you
Yeah.
bought a, you bought a 0-day, some shit.
Right.
Could you imagine that?
I feel like it would be a waste of money, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Exploit brokers? I haven't dug down that realm, so I don't know what that kind of shit costs. But...
Yeah. Port 57. What the fuck's Port 57?
That's okay. So that's what I was mentioning. Is Port 57. So that in map you started with all ports earlier. Did that ever populate?
Yeah, Port 57's not doing anything, but that's because it's, if you look right here, it's only running internally. Oh, where'd that go? Yeah, so it's running on loopback, so you wouldn't be able to see it from an nmap scan. So we actually have to run it from this session. Under construction. What the hell? I modified the wrong index. Oh, all right. Oh wait, no, that's right. CD var TMP CDSV. That's okay. This is the one we need to modify. So I can just get the other one, I think. That's not what I wanted. This, honestly, I wouldn't have been able to do this one without a walkthrough. This one's tough.
Yeah, there's many out there that you can only bang them out of this for so long before you're like. And honestly, that's honestly the shitty thing about the box is all the active boxes that you get points for. They prohibit you from, like, I don't know if they have some type of agreement with YouTube or users or whatever, but you cannot find walkthroughs on Hackabox.
Really?
Yeah, you can't find them. You can only find them on the retired box. Like any of the active boxes that are open right now for like actual points, you can't find any walkthroughs on them. So you're literally just fucking stuck.
That's nuts.
Yeah, that's why I migrated to try Hack.
Okay, we're root now.
What?
Yep.
Okay. So what are you looking for? Like a root.txt? There it is. Cat.
There it is. We're all done.
That was it, man. You got it.
Oh my god, my head hurts.
So do you post this to YouTube?
Yeah, usually well, it's been a while since I posted to YouTube, but I record the stream and then usually I'll put it on YouTube. But like I said, I got a pretty big backlog of streams just sitting. So OBS records in like MKV, but you can't directly upload to YouTube. Hey, HunterBot's on. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so sorry. I've been ignoring Twitch chat this whole time. HunterBot, good to see you again. Who else is on here? Untrusted Serial. I don't trust any Serial. You'd be executing bash as a user, not root. Bash binary doesn't have a suid bit. What strings say on uncompressed.so? Sorry I missed your guys' messages and it's like 20 minutes ago, but I didn't have OBS open. But we're all done now. So, shit. Next time I'll pay better attention to chat. What were you asking? I forgot.
Oh, no, I was just asking if you upload
YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube.
I try to.
I only ask because I'm not sure if I'll be on this for privacy reasons. I'm kind of privacy conscious. You know what I mean? Like I try not to put myself out there too much. Hence my my handle, I guess, if you will.
Sure. Well, yeah, I can avoid uploading this one if you want.
No, no. By all means, probably sound like an idiot for half the thing because I'm just sitting here drinking beers and watching you and having fun. But
That's all good. Hey, that's why the Discord's open. I mean, we definitely encourage people to come in here and like hop on the stream and just like chat, ask questions, you know.
yeah, I
hack
tried
along.
to get the VM up and running, but I was having so much difficulty that I kind of just gave up and said, you know what, I'll just sit here and watch you drink beer and
Yeah.
walk through it, man. Let's do it.
Yeah, I suppose next time maybe I could do like a network setup. We'll go through like setting up networks so we can do these VulnHub boxes a little bit easier. But you have access to Proving Grounds, right?
So I did, and I'm looking at it now. I do, but for some reason, it just looks different. Like the interface is different. Like I used to be able to get a bunch of free boxes, but now it looks like it's just the stuff that you pay for. Maybe.
Yeah,
not.
it costs money.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like the interface has changed, so I'll have to look around.
Yeah, I think with the update to the OSCP, they like changed a bunch of stuff. Like you can't I don't think you can buy just the course anymore. Like I think you have to be a subscriber.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I was looking at that actually today. I was looking at the OSCP. I saw the update for it. I got an email about like 1000 or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man. I'll look into it, or we could do a hack box or try hacking one or the other. I've got access to those guys too. So.
Cool. Yeah. So tomorrow I'll be doing another one. So right now, I guess since you're new, I'll show you what I'm working through here. So these are the boxes I'm working through. We've rid of this one, and I need to get through these.
Okay. And what are those guys?
So this whole list here these are just the Proving Grounds boxes, and then the link here is a link to VulnHub for that VM. So I didn't want to pay for access, so I just ripped off the list.
Are some of those guys like web servers, like you can actually see the website, do shit like that?
Yeah, a lot of them have been. So
okay.
Some of the walkthroughs.
Because this one, like, it just took me straight to a login page. And it was like,
right.
Okay, what do I do? And I wasn't able to attack it from the attack boxes. Was my issue. So.
Yeah, so like this one here, Cybersploit, was web-based. You get on, it's like an actual website and shit.
Okay.
And then
I'm gonna have to look into VulnHub because I really haven't messed around with that. That seems a little bit different than what I'm used to, just connecting to it.
sure, yeah. If you have hardware to host stuff on, it's not bad. And then the scans usually come through a little bit quicker too. But you do have the overhead of like setting up the VM and making sure your network's all connected and stuff.
Do you have to set up a server VPN or something?
No, I didn't have to do any of that. It's I don't even know how to show you because I don't remember how I fucking set it up. But basically, I guess I could show you in here. Network. So these are all different virtual adapters that I have on my computer. Yeah. Yeah, well, most of these aren't good. Most of them are bad. That's just how, as I was figuring it out, I ended up making a shit ton of them. But number 5 goes straight to my router. So I just put everything on number 5, and then everything communicates through my router.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I'll have
So
to dig into it, man. But yeah, I'd love to start hopping on VulnHub with you. So I'll figure that out. But yeah.
yeah, well,
I've enjoyed following along. It's been fun, man.
good.
You know,
Good.
Very interesting stuff for me. It's like it's just learning. It's learning stuff, learning new things. It's one day you'll be in a situation where you're like, you know what? There was this one time when I had this one thing and I remember it.
Yeah, exactly, right?
You
Be
know?
like, how did I get into that? There was log poisoning, and then there was a freaking PHP server running as root, and I had to. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely something I haven't dealt with before. That was a new one for me.
Yeah, so that's so good. So, all right, man. Well, you got me on. You see me on
On Discord, yep.
Discord. Yeah. So, I'll be active, man. I'm gonna try and get on to these Monday meetings.
Cool.
Or keeping up with you guys. I don't know how big this server is with like. I couldn't really tell. I didn't know what the server was about. I literally just joined it tonight, so I don't know if like everybody on